Honorable members, you now got quorum. May I ask him, Honorable Governor Ablong, Manus, by you making prayer this morning.
Eternal God in heaven, this morning, all members of Parliament campaign here, meeting Papa, you make me proud of my leaders for this country. Forgive me, when we are failing, when we fall short of glory, this morning, me asking you, Lord, give me wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Lord, look out him all people from me, Lord, save him all. If you are in passion for you, to love, may me love him all people from the love. May we love you with all our might, all our strength. At the same time, we plan to love him all neighbors from the blood. We plan love him all line of people from the blood. And we plan love him those who are unfortunate, all offense, now always stop heavy. We plan as leader, he must not lose thinking, Lord, this line as we plan. He go ahead, Lord, working more developments inside our country. So that they will know you are soul and you truth of God, and we plan to present you. This morning, we plan to ask in presence, please, stop on the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Ministers, the opposition leaders, as all the deliberate and important all developments for country, the service for country, my presence, please, stop close to one. And this morning, in our committee, we plan to take your hand by you, and we plan now by you repeat him this prayer when you're pulling out disciples. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And thine is the kingdom, power, and power, and glory.
Honorable members, say like walking one pla or two pla statement. Number one, some WME members of Parliament, and we know good la passing to mas lo you stop inside lo chamber na kisim piksab la narbla one walk and pass him high legally na post him on social media na public out di stop our side na he walk him kind comment lo you me all members lo Parliament so Islam no good la passing. So suppose you all members of Parliament again not gonna make him this fly. Has there one blind incident come up na you will sabi online on social media. Kind talk mali walk him about him your leader of country. I am number one. Number two, me drive lo morning na one lo money hold him newspaper is na road like Salim na wala osem. Kami sinaw lo glass lo car inside na look come out lo glass na me just look him headline ya ay all triple members lo Parliament ya all perpetrators plenty man only no sa redeem details lo news all sa look him to headline Na display meeting and me no good la. Choice of words lo use him lo headline lo news and me no good la. In make him also give me all member lo parliament ya. Inside lo desala house him you me desala. Lo display paper ya. Narpla me observing for a long time. Desala house lo me no give him to right lo give him roll call. Long all members of parliament. Usa di stop long. Attend in parliament on ogat. Not supposed to no stop. When I'm walking, molo walking marside you no sabe. For example, honorable member, only text him directly and ask him, hey, you know sala parliament you walking when I'm so I'm salim medical report plonigo. Usa di talk him you lo by you desala lo give him roll call na. Attendance floor members of parliament. So me got plenty thinking come up lo me also. Em house lo me. Yes, you got freedom long. Kiss him news na this la. But em house lo me. So me do you come inside na kiss him news you come. No God. But lo this floor all honorable members. Me now. Me like refer him. Reporter na editor lo post correct lo privilege committee. So standing order is stop ya me give him this la kind look sabe lo speaker can make him this fla. One time this fla. You got any petitions? Member of the Wau Waria, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Lo. You say again. Mr. Speaker, thank you. You give this time to me by reading petition belong all people belong Wau Waria. Lo come lo this la honorable house. The honorable Speaker and members of the National Parliament who are assembled here. This is the humble petition of the citizens of Wau Waria district, respectively, so that the revised Eden Valley Mining Memorandum of Understanding, MOA, had been delayed for over 10 years. We did not understand why the process was delayed for so long until we see the MOA draft. The MOA draft review had completely left out the Bulolo district as one of the key stakeholders. The national government agencies and provincial government administration are not always on the ground to face socio-economic impact of the mining operations. It is us in the districts that are very close to the people, and we face and feel the socio-economic impact of the mining in a daily basis. In Section 3 of the Mining Act of 1992, the new Wau Waria district is not part of the stakeholders who will be reviewing the mining, Eden Valley Mining MOA. Your petitioners, therefore, humbly pray that, number one, that the Parliament and Minister for Mining to support the call of the people of Wau Waria to amend Section 3 of the Mining Act to include districts as one of the key stakeholders in any mining projects in their respective districts. Number two, the Parliament to make amendments to the Mining Act 1992 for any mining projects, MOA or CDA review to include the district's possession. Number three, the Parliament to support our positions and recommend to the Mining Minister and the member for Morobe Provincial to incorporate the following Wau Waria district possession in the Eden Valley MOA. Number four, the Morobe Provincial Government and the stakeholders to delete that clause to establish Eden Valley Development Foundation from the revised MOA. It's like creating another special purpose authority, which we debated yesterday about. Number five, the national government to look into the listing of infrastructure projects in the MOA for the impacted communities and must guarantee that this infrastructure project will be funded by the national government and must create an annual budgetary allocation captured in the national budget. The list of infrastructure projects for the impacted communities must be based on the district 5-year development plan. Number 6, the Bulolo and Wau Waria district must be captured in the royalties of this project, as the precedent was set by Morobe provincial government and Bulolo district when Honorable Luta Wenge and late Honorable Samuel Basil signed an MOU to split the MPG's component of the Indian Valley royalty. The project should consider a portion of the equity to the government and landowners as free carry. There must be a MOU between the provincial government. Number 7, there must be a MOU between the provincial government and the impacted DDAs and LGs where to apply the SSG, Special Support Grant, on the increase and decrease of gold price. Number 8, the Eden Valley Mining Joint Venture Project has operated for over 15 years now, and we request that the doubt and uncertainty imposed in the tax credit scheme clause in the MOA, draft MOA, be removed. As soon as the revised MOA is gazetted, this mining project must start paying its taxes to the government, and we recommend that the tax credit scheme for Eden Valley must be used entirely on the Wau Bulolo highway maintenance. Number 10, the provincial government to look into the complaints from landowners and the community regarding the operations of the landowner company NKW Holdings Limited. And districts must also be part of the compliance team that will audit the implementation of Eden Valley project business plan. The DDA and LG must also be involved in the environmental inspection team. Number 11, youth unemployment is a concern for the impacted communities, and therefore district must be part of the employment and training committee that will monitor the employment and training plan of the project. Number 12, the concern of the local alluvial miners is to get the alluvial mining lease in the areas where the exploration license is held by Amoni. The license must be given to the Wau Waria district to make it easy and simpler for the local alluvial miners to be given alluvial mining leases. Number 13, Morobe provincial government has budgeted the road from Wau to Tekadu through the Eden Valley mining easement area, and therefore the part need to be captured in the MOA. Number 14, we are concerned of the underdevelopment of land held by Amoni for 18 years in the Wau Township, and request that the title of land be transferred to Wau Waria district to develop the land. The land is earmarked under the Wau Waria district development plan for the extension of Wau Township. Number 15, and final. Under the revised MOA, Amoni must fund the Wau Town redevelopment plan to make Wau Town become a mining township again. This is beneficial not only for Amoni's current and future projects in the district, but for all the landowners and local business. And your petitioners, as in duly bound, will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ask him inoga talk sabe for 5 minutes. Wait, Honorable Minister.
I seek leave of Parliament to make a personal explanation to what has been covered in a post-square today.
Honorable Minister, after the question time, I will give you an opportunity
Thank
to
you,
make
Mr.
a
Speaker.
statement. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Plani Sanap Mami Pao, so you bless us Sanapa. Honorable Member belong Middle Ram.
Thank you, Speaker Lo Luksave Lo Middle Ramu. Mr. Speaker, me la kaskim one bla asking me go lo Minister of Law, provincial and local level government. Asking blomi no gatok save, but me la kaskim. one point as well, but me ask him, but be like see background long him. I'm also you may got census only been running long last year, na common role. Instead long me long rural place plenty time you may look him plenty something you walk long, you know go straight. Na plenty complain you come up long all LLG na lo what comes up. But one plus scheme where me like ask him long and also plenty time all common role you go and go na go fail na plenty officer too all in a scheme all pay long all good. Now only work long talk long. Plenty LLG long me play in long madeng Raikos especially long me play lo Raikos I mean just on the Midoramo madeng Bokea Sumkar only stop a very long road. But plenty all of us only work lo ronim census only ronim common role. But allowance long all you know go straight. Now only work lo putting plenty complaint come long office long me play lo DDA. Na complain only to go suppose Gaman you know look long all allowance to me by LLG election by me plan on abronim. I'm some thing come up long. But lo ting blong me like ask him minister blong, provincial and local level government. Plenty time you make long spending money long. Pronim census na common role. One place if la way emulsion you may got what role book. Display impossible something me look emotion, but you may not have spending plenty money. You may got all what record stuff. So time you may lose him display what record book long all you can keep him census na common role one time. And by making possible you may every 3 months or 4 months only can update him provincial and local level government so that Bamipla Kile long data long population Bamipla inside lo Papua lo country. So one name pla ting long minister enough long you may make him display or no God. I'm asking him. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Provincial Affairs, Provincial and Local Level Government Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me welcome you back after some days of absence. Let me also thank Member Homido Ramu and Assistant Speaker for this very important question that he has raised. Yes, we do have village recorders. It used to be called village recorders, and this is people who are assigned in various villages in Papua New Guinea, who are given responsibilities of recording deaths and births, and other information relating to the community. And this has been existing for nearly over 5 years now. And recently, my department has elevated the program to what is now known as World Recorder. So the World Recorder is given necessary resources such as a laptop and other resources to enable him or her to record births and deaths, but also extends to social, economic data as well. And this has been going on for some time, and I think provinces that have adopted this system, and this system is very important because village recorders are where people are. And it's rightly so that they should take that responsibility to record deaths and births at real time. So when somebody dies, then the name is taken off from the list. A new birth is, a child is given birth, and it's recorded on the World Recorder. This program has now accumulated over the years, all the information about accumulated over years, and we have now established computer program or computer recording system that coordinates all this information all over Papua New Guinea. And I was advised by my secretary 2 weeks ago that we wish to launch this program. This information is now in cloud technology. So we are making use of the modern technology to access information real time in the provinces back to departmental headquarters so that we know exactly what's happening in the country. Now this is an important method, but one method in which our government is recording, Mr. Speaker, this important data, particularly in relation to births and deaths, and as it applies to electoral rolls and all the other exercises such as census information, and recently our Minister for Administrative Services concluded a very important census exercise. Now, if we support this program that my department is doing, then that should form the basis, because that's where the information originate from. Sometimes we stay in Waigani and go out and look for this information when the time comes. That should not be the case. We have people already on the ground who are collecting all that data in order to, be used by government for planning purposes. So, Mr. Speaker, to answer honourable member's question, yes, we have program on the ground that is now elevated to next level, and I want to encourage all the members of Parliament to contact my department as to how we can establish all this world recorder system in your own villages and your own areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Hiri Koire.
Honourable Speaker, my question without notice is directed to the good Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government's Connect PNG program established under the Connect PNG Implementation and Funding Arrangements Act 2021 commits a 5.6% of the annual national budget to infrastructure development, equating to over 1.1 billion kina annually from 2022 to 2027. In 2024 alone, the transport sector, including Connect PNG, received 2.059 billion, representing 21% of the capital investment budget. Meanwhile, the health sector was allocated 1.7 billion for recurrent and additional capital investment totaling 2.36 billion. Mr. Speaker, despite this, the reality on the ground is alarming. Our health system remains critically underfunded, with patients turned away due to medicine shortages, lack of hospital beds, and inadequate medical equipment. Mr. Speaker, it is widely known that health services in rural areas are collapsing. Yet the government has committed billions of building roads that many of our people may never use, considering the way the weather patterns have changed and roads keep deteriorating continuously. Last year, the National Department of Health faced enormous challenges. In the 2023 budget, the department requested 386 million, but received 236 million, leaving a 150 million shortfall over 12 months. By October, the situation had become critical. Funding shortages coupled with central bank delays in the approval of foreign exchange contributed to a visible shortage of medicines in nearly all health facilities. The country's vaccines budget was dropped by 25 million kina, forcing the department to seek urgent funding support from its international partners. Further, Mr. Speaker, the last publicly tendered contract for medical supplies was in 2019 or thereabouts, raising concerns that procurement is now being handled in an ad hoc and non-transparent manner and on an emergency basis. In 2022, Mr. Prime Minister directed Health Department to shift the procurement process to procurement processes with WHO-sanctioned manufacturers. Yet medicine shortages persist and hospitals continue to struggle and the primary health sector suffers every day.
We have a point of order. Minister, what's your point of order?
The good member seems to be talking about health matters. So is the question to the Minister for Health or the Prime Minister?
Directed to the good Prime Minister, because it covers two other areas as well. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Wau Waria, you may go ahead with the question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My question, therefore, are: 1. Mr. Speaker, how does the government justify spending billions on roads under Connect PNG when hospitals like basic medicines and rural clinics are closing due to lack of supplies and staff? Number 2, is it true that the last publicly tendered medical supply contract was in 2019? And if so, can the good Prime Minister confirm whether we are operating on an ad hoc emergency basis? And if so, what measures will be taken to immediately restore transparency and regular procurement processes? Number 3, the 2022 directive to procure medicines directly from WHO-approved manufacturers was meant to improve availability and quality. Given the ongoing shortages, does the Prime Minister concede that this approach has failed? If so, what alternative measures will the government take to ensure essential medicines reach our hospitals and clinics? And why is Connect PNG receiving guaranteed funding while the health sector is constantly in crisis mode, scraping from resources to keep hospitals running? Finally, in the eve of the elections 2022, the good Prime Minister with the former Governor for Central Province launched a billboard project at Bautama for Central Province Hospital. And the good Prime Minister also confirmed or advised the people of Central Province when this project will commence and if funding will be allocated at all in this term of Parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, and how much this year will be allocated? In the 2022 and 23 budgets, there was 50 million kina, and none of it was released. Mr. Speaker, the only occasion I've heard of Connect PNG funding being used for healthcare or connected to between was admission by the Works Minister that Connect PNG money was used for his urgent medical treatment overseas. I hope the Prime Minister can clarify this for the people of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I may like to talk thank you long. Member Blong Hiri Query will ask him a good series of questions. And I am conscious of the possibility of me consuming a lot of time in this, but it's important for public conversation. It borders and digs into where is priority of government in expenditures, whether we are compromising health at the expense of other sectors like Connect PNG. So if I could ask for tolerance of this Parliament for you to give me at least 5 minutes or 6 minutes to try to dig into appropriate answers to respond to these good questions. But firstly, Mr. Speaker, just on a side note, I've noticed, and being around since 2007, that we are losing decorum in this House, especially simple things in the ethics of how we stand up. Mr. Speaker, need not lecture you. You know it better than I do. But just some basic things. For instance, when a point of order is raised, you are entertaining that point of order. The person on feet is supposed to sit down. When you make your ruling, then he stands up again, instead of him responding straight on his feet. So these basic things, and you should also remind this House that this Parliament has certain decorums. This is not a club. This is not a social place. This is not a place of loud noise. I think these sort of conversations need from the chair. All of us need to be refreshed on decorums in this House and basic ethics. So I just thought I reflect this, but not to take the light away of from the good questions that was asked. I want to confirm that Connect PNG has security of resource envelope 5.6% of every year's budget is geared towards assisting in us opening up all parts of our country that remains isolated from each other. For instance, Port Moresby remains one of the most isolated nation's capital in the entire planet, unreached by over 85% of the country's population. And so, do you keep it isolated forever? This is the nation's capital. But of course, cognizant to the fact that we need to do it properly with responsibility to security of the nation's capital and the adjacent people and provinces. I want to give assurance to this Parliament that at no time do we intend to use Connect PNG, for instance, to be priority over other relevant sectors like Health Department or education for that matter or any other allocations. I want to give assurance to this House through this question. The final budget outcomes that Treasury releases every year is on record. It's on record from Treasury. If all of you are asked, and Treasurer by law is required by 31st of March each year to also furnish a report on expenditure of last year. The government spending is there on record for everyone to see, the total disbursement to each sectors. And we don't deliberately try to sabotage fund meant for health. Fund meant for health must go to health and has been going to Health Department. This Parliament does approve the expenditure plan of governments. Just like that, this government, for the last 6 years, funds have been approved. And the sectors concerned, Planning Department, Finance and Treasury, in liaison with the sectors concerned, work in the disbursements each financial year. And so disbursements has been taking place. I am not equipped right now with the actual disbursements from Treasury, Finance and Planning to the Health Department, but I could give assurance that we don't compromise Health Department and Health Sector Fund. Health Sector Fund does go, especially essential funds like for drugs and medicines. I will make it my business to get the Health Minister to relate to the country on the exact allocation and actual fund transfer for medical procurement. Medical procurement remains one of our number one priority expenditures. In fact, every January when our financial year starts, at least under this Pangu government's watch, we make sure health and education core expenditures up in January. They're ranked in the top 3 expenditures. Number 1 expenditure is salaries. Number 2 expenditure is health. Number 3 expenditure is education. We have to pay our children's school fees. So every January, even before Connect PNG gets its share of funding, we make sure there are funds on in the till for medicines to be on the shelf. I do admit that in the structures we have sometimes structural impediments does impede, especially on disbursements to Health Department and the Health Department in terms of procedures to actually procure for actual medicines to be on the shelf. That is one of the reasons why I'll be transparent. It is out on public notice already. Good guy, the current acting health secretary, but when his contract came up for review, Cabinet felt that some of these things must be relooked at again. So the current health secretary remains in job as in the acting capacity until we tally the process for leadership in the health sector. This government is cognizant to the need for health of our country not to be compromised. Lest we forget, we took office, ran straight into COVID-19. And through the travesty of COVID-19, we took the country out of COVID-19 into 2021, 2022, today 2023, 24. Despite the apparent weaknesses we carry through, we try our absolute best never to compromise the health of our people. There have been funding also. I want to relate to question number, question he put on infrastructure and especially Central Province. If I could respond, there have been funding transferred from Planning, Finance, Treasury to Health Department for health sector infrastructures. And so I have called for accountability on the spread and disbursements. Some of this funding were meant for provincial health as well as district health. It is not for spending a little here, a little there, a little neither. It has happened, and so we've asked for full investigation. All PHAs have received, in my view, in the last 3 years, over 60 million kina each, including Central PHA, on average. It may be less, maybe more. It may be less, maybe more. These are initial seed capital. If there is no plan, or if there is no land accessibility, they are work for PHAs because they are autonomous. PHAs are a creature that exists that has autonomous power. So PHAs should now, for instance, Central PHA, should have a clearest plan, the groundbreaking done already. This is the site, this is the design. We've received this 30, 40, 50, 60 million kina. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Health Minister, where are we? 6 hospitals we want to do that are still running around in the quagmire and the sense of Wagani, and I take full responsibility. I blame no one. I take full responsibility. Health ministers come, health ministers go. They expect Prime Minister to go down and push the wheelbarrow. I make policy statements up at the top. And so, but I take responsibility. 6 hospitals. Later this month, on 31st, I will have the greatest pleasure of being in Wabek to open a 600 million kina hospital, world-class. The previous government initiated. My government put over 500 million kina of that hospital. We don't break good programs. And I give commendations to the PNC-led government. They initiated this project. Just like the courthouse. They initiated the courthouse. My government put 400 million kina the last 4 years in a courthouse that is fully finished, awaiting reopening, or opening rather. And so, like the Central Hospital, I do apologize to the Central people. Intention is there. We made the announcement. The system keeps running around. And I make no secret, that's why the health secretary is not reappointed. We're not going to carry people who will not follow instructions to run through. We make policy instructions, the system should be picking up and running with this one. So Central Hospital remains outstanding. Hela Hospital remains outstanding. South Hospital remains outstanding. Kimbe Hospital remains outstanding. Bougainville Hospital remains outstanding. So these were hospitals that are marked to go first, and then the other balance of hospitals will run. We want to deliver 22 provincial hospitals that is sitting there to address our people's needs, and then the rest we run through. In between those announcements in 2019, 2020, 2021, this government has transferred over 60 million kina each to all the PHAs. I asked governors of the House and members like the Honourable Member Hokari Kuiri, good question. It is within your work at the Provincial Assembly and the work of the governors to summon the PHAs. Some PHAs are working very well. For instance, ECPIC PHAs. They're working very well, so they assist the sector very well in that space. Some PHAs, governors, this government amended. Listening to popular cry, we amended provisions of the PHA Act so that there's a lateral relationship with your provincial administrators. You sit there as a chief accountable officer in the province asking PHAs, are we progressing matters? So not to take away blame from our side when the provincial hospital is not being moved. It has always remained our intention for our Central Provincial Hospital. It pains my heart to see Central Province people who've gifted this country, our nation's headquarters, to sit under tents at the side of 3 Mile. And so, Honourable Member, your question is in order, and I will check where the process is in respect to Central Provincial Hospital. Central Province deserves a hospital. When the current leadership came in, current Madam Governor, she in fact wrote to us saying that let's downgrade the provincial hospital conversation, let's build up regional district hospitals. That was a call that came from the province, but I still remain affirmative that the province does need a hospital so that Central can remain into Central Hospital. I will respond back to this Parliament and to the Central people as to the status quo of what has happened in the Central Hospital plant endeavor. But to conclude, I want to say your third question on the direction on shifting away from the procurement at the Health Department to a WHO sanctioned providers of medical supply. We cannot compromise the standard of medicine supplied. We've shown discrepancies where orders were happening on the byways and sideways of Wagani. And so we said, stop this nonsense. Let's order straight from certified. We cannot compromise, our people said, certified WHO medical supplies we have here or have internationally. Now, it may have become impediment. It's something within the care of a health department. I'll get the health minister to report back to the country on the status of medical supplies, where procurement is coming from. But the intention was simple, Mr. Speaker. We saw elements of discrepancies, all manners of pharmaceutical companies were popping up here and there. It is becoming a scheme and scam, traditionally was. We try to put a stop to this and get it straight from where it matters on procurement of drugs from reputable and recognized suppliers so that our people's health is not compromised. That was the intention of this policy direction from my office, and it still stands. I give commitment to revisit this. If need be to improvise, we can improvise, but the improvise will not come at the expense of good medicines for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the answers are sufficient. If I have not answered anything, I'll be willing to take a question in writing from the member, and an appropriate response would be rendered back in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a supplementary question. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask a supplementary question to our Prime Minister. In regards to new hospital, the 6 new hospitals that were promised to the 6 provinces. Mr. Speaker, through you, construction of new hospitals, they have a procedure, they have a process that every other province has to comply. There's something called a clinical services plan that drives the planning process. And it's actually being done by HDB. And it's a very stringent process because you can't build a facility without proper funding for the structures. So I believe that 6 hospitals are going through that stringent process. My question to the Prime Minister is in regards to the NCD, the new NCD hospital that's being proposed. I hear there's a letter of intent being written by the good treasurer for a loan drawdown from a Chinese government, maybe a company. My questions are as follows. From what I'm hearing from the Department of Health, and when I was Minister of Health, there was a plan proposed, and that plan, that design, the concept design, was not based on the clinical services plan. Now it will cost, and the Prime Minister must confirm to this House, it will cost close to R1 billion to build a hospital, which is not going to comply with the standards that we have with the National Health Plan. So can the Prime Minister confirm if the letter of intent was written and that there will be a drawdown of close to R1 billion? Because one of the biggest problems we have with the Henry Hospital now is that there are a lot of compliance issues. There's a lot of compliance issues being addressed because the Chinese company has built the house. And it's not compliant with the standard. So are we going to get another new law?
We have another point of order, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, with due respect to the member, this, I believe, is a new question, and if this question can be directed to the Minister for Health.
Honourable Minister, the member is asking a supplementary question to the Prime Minister as he was answering the questions from the member for her inquiry. So I will rule your point of order out of order and allow the member to continue his question to the Prime Minister, supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The plan to build 60 hospitals is a good plan by the Honourable Prime Minister, and they've actually put, as is mentioned this morning, it's actually put capital funding in the budget. But budget implementation has been a big problem. None of the 50 million for...
We have another point of order. Honourable Governor for NCD, what is your point of order?
I think best for the honourable member to direct a question to the treasurer when the treasurer comes in. And I'm very concerned about this question because this is very delicate. You know, easy lo sim one of your money lo building this house here. If we got plan lo level 5 hospital now, any of them have been built or not? People are working hard, very hard to get this funding for this hospital. And our capital city needs this hospital. So you will ask a question, yeah, be sensitive because people are working headache building this hospital. No, I think Prime Minister might not be in a better position to answer this question. It's about Treasury signing that letter. So Treasurer stop and can sign and can explain him good. Then he got good answer, so it's on record. Because we are at a very sensitive stage. Loan has not been approved yet.
Honourable, let me rule on his point of order. Honourable Governor, point of order WME out of order because Prime Minister is Minister of Law, the Minister, yeah. Time Treasurer no stop, this law can ask him again, the Prime Minister, and I can ask him. So me rule also point of order WME out of order. You like debate 2 years, so you can get time long tomorrow. Grievance debate, you debate lo display. Honorable member belong Wabek, you continue law asking blue.
Thank you. So my question to the good Prime Minister is, has the letter of intent been endorsed by the Department of Health? Has it gone through the process? Because what I hear is that, and I've been part of the process, and we've basically put a stop to it because the new plan, the plan they're pushing through doesn't comply to health standards. Now, we live in a country, we don't live in a banana republic, Mr. Speaker. Every other hospital must subject themselves to the standards we have. So my question is, Mr. Prime Minister, are you willingly advising the Minister for Treasurer with full advice and knowledge from the Health Department to draw down on a loan to fund a hospital that doesn't comply to the standards we have within the Health Department, number one? Number two, I want to ask the good Prime Minister, what is the plan to all the money that was put aside for these hospitals that we are talking about? Being the former Minister for Health, the monies were not parked under the Department of Health. So who are we going to blame them? When the budget is not being implemented, can a good Prime Minister tell us where the money is? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I appreciate this supplementary, and I just want to place on record my appreciation to the member for Wabek when he served as Health Minister. He was a very good Health Minister. He tried his best to work under the circumstances that he was faced with. And, I just want to also ask the ministers, and those who serve now, sometimes pays to also, I don't get into the role of everyday oversighting all the ministers. I task them and I check them every year, every now and then. Those who have served under my cabinet and who are sitting on the other side knows exactly my style of leadership. They have been tasked to deliver on expected outcomes. And even if the full 100% has not been transferred, whatever was transferred to those sectors, we expect delivery on the outcomes. I will report to this House or possibly to the Health Minister on the remittance from Treasury. How many went to the Health Department in the last 6 years I've been Prime Minister? Sometimes I unfairly cop the blame, and I'm big enough to cop the blame of inefficiencies of systems under me. I'll cop the blame, no problem, and I go down with the blames. As a captain of the ship, I accept responsibility. But whilst if 100% fund has not been transferred, Mr. Speaker, I want to report to you and to the country. Monies meant for district hospital have been transferred to the Health Department. Monies meant for provincial hospital have been transferred to the Health Department. Even if it is not 100% transfer, some have been transferred. The national government deserves productivity based on what has been transferred. Some maybe to provincial governments, some maybe to DDAs, again breaking national government directions that some of the PIP funds are not meant to support DDAs again or province. It's for key interventions. Program label district hospital are meant for district hospital. Program label provincial hospitals are meant for provincial hospitals. And so sometimes below us system are not responding, but again, I take full responsibility. On the matter of NCD Hospital, I want to say, and the member for Wabek as former minister knows my view in this one, especially my view in relation to compliance to due processes, whether it's treasury processes or health processes at standard. That is the reason why this project has not moved beyond this current stage. It is going through the due diligence processes as yet. There is no loan directly approved by Treasury as yet until the fiscal space is created by Treasury, consistent with our plan to keep responsible budgeting and that fiscal deficit consolidation path we outlaid 3 budgets ago, and we're coming back to a surplus or a balanced budget in 27. So within that envelope, if Treasury can find that space, then that hospital remains our priority also. The reason is simple. Over 1 million people in our city. And this hospital will not compromise Central Hospital or other hospitals. Government finances project in a hybrid of financing combinations, whether directly from national government PIP, like Eng Hospital, the last 4 budgets that has consumed a space of almost 600 million kina. This is 100% government finance, PNG government finance, no loan. Some projects, Mr. Speaker, can draw loan, government counterpart. And for me, if the opportunity for cheaper concessional borrowing out there within our fiscal space and our deficit money plan, then hospitals must attract funding. There is need for hospitals. Why hesitate on funding hospitals? Today we've made intervention in Port Moresby General Hospital. It is now taking shape as our country's specialist hospital. We've ticked off one of my pointers in 2019. I said no more by 2025 will we export patients to Philippines or Singapore or elsewhere. Cancer facility ticked off very soon by September 16, hopefully, when the construction is finished, a fully kitted cancer, most modern cancer facility on par with Australia, if not a little bit better than the existing Australian facilities. And I thank former Minister Lino, former Minister Jalta Wong, Honorable Jalta Wong and others who assisted along the process at current Health Minister. We stick to that game plan. Cancer must be ticked off in our country. Heart must be ticked off. At government instruction, Kumul Petroleum was instructed to support this crucial as well as getting funding from PIP. Combination. Diabetic Center coming on very soon. So Port Moresby will be elevated to our national specialist referral. What happens to NCD? With 1 million people, I think in NCD alone, Central's 400,000 people, and Gulf's continuous referral with over 300,000 people. This is a catchment area of almost 2 million people at any one year, with people in flight, in and out, And so there's a need for a hospital in NCD. We're looking at this hybrid, and there was a proposal for loan financing at concession rate. So Treasury is processing this. But I want to give assurance. The former health minister knows my view that standard must not be compromised. And so part of the due diligence remains Treasury checking financial affordability and Health Department checking standards. And also will not compromise on due processes, especially other process that involves ethics, procurement, land, everything else that is associated with this hospital. But the fact remains this city needs another modern hospital, gives us an opportune time in a greenfield. The reason of greenfield, just like the Warbeck Hospital, was a greenfield. So it gives us opportunity to build up something from an abstract or a concept to something that could be able to be modernized instead of what we're doing in Port Moresby General Hospital now. From a brownfield, we're trying to add in centers here and there. So the proposed NCD new hospital, just like the Enga Hospital, greenfields, with a consciousness on making sure the standard is correct without compromising the standards of our people's in terms of health facilities. We're building this. For Enga Hospital, this is a hospital we want to tick off. It sits right in Midwest part of our country. If you plant your fingers on Enga Hospital, it is not just for the Enga people. By road and by flight through MAF and others, right in the Midwest, if you go north, you can hit places like Frida. You could hit places like Maramuni. You could hit places like Ambunti. By flight, for specialist referral, it's quicker to come into that sort of hospital than into Port Moresby. I made a fundamental statement in launching the health plan that health services at different levels must be within 1 hour of reach to our people. And so I want to commend its credit must go where it is due. The previous government initiated this project. We came on, we pushed to complete this. It is not just for the Enga people. Southern Highlands, Western Highlands, the Highlands of West Sepik, the Highlands of East Sepik, the Highlands of Western Province could be beneficiary to the possibility of specialist hospital we set up with this green hospital that could be catchment of airlifted patients into Enga for the service of people there. So I want to say that whilst it may seem slow, the process must be complied to Governor NCD and the good leadership is showing for the need for NCD hospital. I want to also appreciate your patience that we must follow due process to think of what is essentially important hospital to service the million people in our city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether through loan, through grant, or through government PIP, or through private-public partnership, and hybrid of combination must be geared towards education and health in our country. We're looking at all means. Instead of delaying development, we must bring development at haste. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mandy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My 3 questions without notice is raised to the good Minister for Works and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Works and Highways has declared in many occasions that Sumia Muniu section is part of the Kewabi Highway that runs from Kagwa in Southern Highlands to Pogara in Enga Province. My question is, I want to know if this proposed highway has been gazetted as National Highway. If so, can you tell the people when Sumia Muniu section of this highway will be properly tendered and sealed? My number 2 question is in regard to the Meditown ceiling. The issue of Meditown ceiling has been raised in many different aspects, including public outcry and complaint against non-performance. As local MP, I frequently travel to my electorate. I hardly see work taking place. In a few months' time, we will also be hosting the PhD Games. Therefore, can the minister tell my people of Medi and the Greater Southern Highlands, if the full contract amount was paid? If not paid, when will it be paid? If fully paid, on what basis was the payment done? Because there is no work done. In light of such non-performance, do we have laws to hold contractors accountable? Number 3 is on the Hirilai Highway. I thank the contractor for keeping the Hirilai Road upgraded and sealing of more than 2 kilometers. However, it has taken quite a long time. This road is being used by many people in the Hela province and in the Southern Highlands and for the LNG projects in the Hela area. Can you tell my people of Laiveli, Medimuniu, and Hela and Southern Highlands, why is there a big delay in the sealing of this road when a contract was already being awarded? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Works.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member for Medimuniu for a good question that he raised, the 3 questions. Number 1 question is the Laigam, Mendi, or Kibru, or the people up there call it as Kewabi Highway, as he has mentioned, is been gazetted as National Road. It is part of the Henga Highway, also it's a part of the Henga Highway. In the recent road gazette in January 2025, early this year, we have gazetted that road by the Cabinet. The road section is between Minu to Kagua. The road section between Minu and Kagua is not a national road, it is a district road access. Mr. Speaker, the Minu Road was recently funded under the ADB loan program and is currently under maintenance program. Funded under the road, also under the PNC Road Fund program as well. The balance of the road section between Minu to Kagua is being proposed to be funded under the ExxonMobil tax credit scheme, and Department of Works is been negotiating with the ExxonMobil for this road between national planning as well to approve the proposed project and allocate the funds for us to start upgrade and seal that road. Mr. Speaker, the Mendi Town Roads, the second question, the Mendi Town Roads contract was terminated by department due to lack of performance and incorrect design works by the current contractor, the Construct Oceanic, who was been awarded that contract, and the same contractor was also engaged by the Southern Highlands Provincial Government Administration without the knowledge of my Department of Works and Highways. So it is highly recommended that all road infrastructure related to contracts must be procured and processed through works, so we are fully aware of what's happening on the ground. So my department is irrespective of the funding so that we can have proper project management and supervision to ensure that the contractors work according to standards and specifications. There seem to be many standard works undertaken in provinces and districts. We have no records of the payments made to the contractor as the payments were made by the provincial government. A warrant of 8 million was directed to Department of Finance last year to pay the contractor without coming through our department or following the due process. So that's where we are for the Mendi Town Road and the contractor. Mr. Speaker, the Hirilai Road is an important alternate route connecting the people of Hera directly to Mendi. And we have spent considerable amount of funding constructing the road since 2017. Our contract for sealing of the works has been given already, awarded, and the works have commenced on leader side. The road is now being planned for upgrading and sealing. Also, my department is communicating with the tax credit scheme from ExxonMobil to fund this road. We need to equally share funding resources to other provinces as well, and my department is trying its best to address the need for better road service to our province given.
We have a point of order. Honourable member, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I believe our good minister, he got all some good written answers to give lo. Member of Mendi, so you may got 1 minute left. You know, we may extend in Arab 20 minutes.
Remember, this is a point of order, blue out of order. You will raise your point of order. No, Honourable Minister, you continue answering the question.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me remind all my colleague members on this floor that provincial and district roads are your priority. Provincial governors and the members of parliament, those district chairmen, we must put money our PSIP and DSIP to your provincial roads and district roads. Some tax credits are also assisting to, except as we attend to needs. My department's priority are the national highways, or the Connect PNC program gives priority to the national highways and are funding those programs. So we as members, we must be responsible in our districts and provinces as well. So this government is giving more funding to the districts and provinces, and the Kina to Kina program, also infrastructure grants and increase in DSIP, PSIP. So we must give priority to infrastructures like roads, so we can help to build some of those roads in our districts as well. With that, let me thank the Minister member and the Vice Minister for your good questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, and Pobla 10-5 minute lo asking me no talk sabe ikam lahar rebelon finish. Thank you. Honourable member, when I'm point of order, Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the question time is finished, nothing prevents any member of parliament standing and moving a motion that question time be extended. That is still available motion to every member on the floor.
Can you use your discretion to extend?
You guys know. Hey, you get up and move the motion. Huh?
Honourable member, Mirul Lompo, when I'm play you. Time question is still time is yet, and you can move. There's a lot of time. Standing order, you talk time. Probably 10-5 minutes, and question time and finish now. During question when I'm now, you can raise it. When I'm point over the to block in, okay, you do one, the Musad like to point over the person. Honourable member, he require what point over the.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, just in extension of the good member from Medang's point of order, particularly in the circumstances, yesterday's question with a notice was waived, and I think there was an undertaking by the chair that question time would be allowed today and extended, so we could compensate for yesterday's loss. The people of Papua New Guinea deserve to have this another 25 minutes. So I seek leave to exercise your discretion to allow an extended period of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Lahiri Queries. CIM rule finishes question time for 10 minutes and Lamare. You got tomorrow. You got tomorrow, but he come back and so you got 5 minutes to ask him, so you can ask him tomorrow. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I seek leave of Parliament to make a personal explanation on today's post-Korea.
Okay, Honorable Minister standing on right, or may seek him leave the chair. So chair can give you this one.
Sorry?
No, make a personal statement and by you seek him leave the chair.
Sorry? I seek leave of the chair to make a personal explanation to.
Leave is granted. Minister, you may make a personal statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hold today's post-Korea, if post-Korea is listening, I can tell you I'm really, really disappointed with this reporting. What is supposed to be an important occasion yesterday in terms of supporting Governor for NCD and what he has presented, and the responsibility that we as men have towards our mothers and our daughters. In that context, I raise issues which are personal, but a way to talk to our young generation of leaders as well as our sons and our grandsons. And I'm really, really concerned with the headline that was carried today. If post-Korea is listening, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to read sections of that post-Korea. And this is subheading by Kramer calls for accountability in Parliament for gender-based violence. These sections made reference to, after covering what I have presented, and this section went ahead to say, Mr. Kramer acknowledged Mr. Yoye for being the first MP on the record to publicly share his personal experience and regret over domestic violence. Over domestic violence. I have never perpetrated. Post-Korea, go back and understand the definition of domestic violence. It's the systematic abuse by one person to another for a very long time. That's what is domestic violence all about. If you play your gutter politics, Mr. Speaker, we need to do something about post-Korea. Let me further go and read another section of this speech. And this is a speech by Honorable Kramer. If it has been taken out of context and construed in this manner, I want to read this section. We have been given speeches talking about people outside being perpetrators. But there are many perpetrators in this House and have been in this House and will be in this House for years to come. This is a very serious accusation. Are we? You know, this paper has carried this message throughout Papua New Guinea. Today, when I woke up and well, when I saw this news, I was really, really ashamed, I can tell you. I text PM and I said, I'm not coming to the Parliament. I have married to one woman for 37 years. For me, that woman has passed on. She is one of the best persons I've ever married. There's qualities of angelic qualities. And I'll never forget that. Every time I think about her. That's my personal experience. What this paper implies that I had continued to do that over a period of time, maybe up until she died. Never in my life. Never in my life. I want apologies from post-Korea. I'm deeply concerned and aggrieved by this reporting. The implication it has on me as a person and as a leader and my family. Today I come out from the hotel. My head is down because I'm now wondering what other people are thinking about me after reading that in the paper today. That's the type of implication that it has post-Korea. This is stressful and completely misconstrued what was presented yesterday for noble cause to assist the issue that has been, challenged in this country for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, what are we going to do about this Gata reporting about post-Korea? We cannot continue to entertain post-Korea in this House. Post-Korea has responsibilities to report facts and responsibilities, whether it's in the floor of Parliament or outside of Parliament. It is your job to do that. You have no help. Mr. Speaker, I have a few recommendations. One is bar post-Korea completely out from this House. That's one. Two is reprimand whoever the reporter is, nicely disguised as staff reporter. Be man or woman enough to come out and say who you are. Three, on behalf of my dear colleague, Governor for Jawaga, Honorable Simon Kawi, I demand from post-Korea to apologize publicly as of tomorrow onward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Minister, for your statement. You have heard your statement, and this morning the Chair made a statement, and we have made a decision to refer the reporter and the editor of Post-Korea to the Privileges Committee, and the committee will deal with that. Thank you. Honourable Member, one statement through you like walking.
Sorry, we just like to talk out of some honourable member have been kissing or some complaint now, something long electric and very important issues. So I'm come straight to grievance debate now, petition, so me like him copy so that people can address him this or something, because I mean no come to attention from me, so me just ask him that's a lot of us.
Honorable Minister, grievance debate time all this last, so me not blaring you. Me now ask him leader of government business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of government business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice number 131, private business, and be order of the day number 133, government business, being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 131, Mr. Paul Pakop, member for National Capital District.
Governor of National Capital District.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I present the Vagrancy Bill 2025.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to make provision for powers enabling the courts to issue exclusion orders to any person found guilty of any offense committed in an urban area in any part of the country and enabling police to bring persons before the court to be dealt with under this act.
Governor of National Capital District.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Governor of National Capital District.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament. Before me go inside long to talk about this bill, we like taking this opportunity to thank him, honorable members of Parliament. Thank you, Prime Minister, government. All I'm doing the opportunity for unprecedented 2 days of special session you may give him long, addressing status of women and girls in our country and especially action to end gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, the debates were of high standard, exceeded my expectation. On behalf of my committee, I thank all honorable members. All the debates are noted and they will be incorporated in our report. And we will continue to monitor them and hold everybody to account, government, all of us. I want to particularly take this time to commend Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government for his leadership and personal testimony. It was a great statement. Leaders, coming to the floor of Parliament and giving their own testimony. It takes leadership to make this type of statement. And similarly, for the Governor of Jiwaka, Honorable Simon Kaiwi, he made an apology on behalf of his grandson, not of himself. And he took responsibility for his grandson. That's a very commendable. When you acknowledge these wrongs, that's when healing starts and we start to get onto them. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that, those comments. Thank you, Parliament. Unprecedented. We've created history in our region and I think in the world. And we should be proud of that, dedicating 2 days of Parliament time to address this issue, agenda that is not easy. It's not easy, and to get us to this time and moment where we spend 2 Parliament sessions, it's unprecedented. Parliament should be commended. Yes, a lot will have yet to be done, but just to acknowledge and then, make a commitment, that's when the first step is taken and we start to, make the change. The change won't be easy, but it starts with the first step, and we did the first step yesterday and the last 2 days. So I commend Parliament. Prime Minister, I commend your leadership. Members of Parliament, government and opposition, you all were outstanding. So, Mr. Speaker, let me come to the Vagrancy Bill. As you all know, honorable members, security is a big challenge for our country. It's indeed a big challenge for us in our capital city. Our population is, according to statistics coming out, shows that we might exceed 1.4 million in our capital city alone. It's about 1/3 or almost 1/4 of our population. In the last 20 years, in our city, Mr. Speaker, population has increased, but number of policemen and women in stop yet one kind. So we face many security challenges. we all know about it. Across the country too, you may get a survey, tribal fighting and other forms of violence taking place and crime. So, Mr. Speaker, government and all of us have to address crime at its root cause, whether it's social or economic or cultural. We'll all continue to do that. Formulate medium to long-term plans. But the police at the front line, they must do their part to contain. Of course, they cannot change a person to stop that person committing crime or being a criminal or going into other substance abuse or alcohol abuse or whatever. Police can do that, but they have to do their job, Mr. Speaker, to contain criminal situation or crime situation or safety situation, so that the intervention that the government, all of us at national level and subnational level, district level, we have time to intervene so that we can reach out to especially our young people so that they can come to a better, a positive pathway. We continue to do that in our city too. But in the meantime, we must support the police. So, Mr. Speaker, available to all of us, we have, tools like the Criminal Code and stuff, and we have a Summary Offences Act, and we have other laws, like in the cities, we have municipal laws, building board laws, physical planning laws, liquor laws, health regulation, plenty law we are responsible for in the cities. Those are tools that are available to us to manage a social situation, including crime and security situation. Over and above that, we, in the city, for example, in Port Moresby, we have other interventions that we have come up with. For example, the city wardens rollout. We have a focus on 2 public places, Boroko and Gordon's Market area. We want to contain that situation, make it safe for everyone, especially for women and girls. School children going up to 9 Mile and all the facilities up there at 14 Mile, PAU, IBS University, De La Salle, Marianville, plenty of education hub is Tabantad. Koyari Park Adventist Secondary, they commute through that way. So we have this year, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, our budget in NCTC, we have allocated 17 million. We want to make sure we make the city safe. Capital city, we cannot compromise security and safety in our city. We cannot allow criminals or irresponsible people to have the upper hand. So we are doing all we can. We've also come up with another initiative too. It's called City Watch. City Watch is dedicated to clearing all the major arterial roads, junction, Mr. Speaker, junction like traffic light junction, clear them up of vendors. You be concerned on all people, we want them to have opportunities to generate income. But in the city, we've divided, the city to zones, and there are facilities for everything. You like market them stuff. You like play or have recreation, and you got public recreational area stuff. You can call a beach or all the parks, all this stuff. You like go to school and place go to school and stuff. You like go to worship, and we got plenty places for worship stuff. So people want to vend, you got places for vending stuff. And in the city recently, sadly, we had an incident like long traffic light on BSP and Holiday Inn. There was some woman who was waiting at the traffic light to come on. While she was waiting for the traffic light to come on, some criminals masquerading as vendors come and grab a bag or balloon from a car, and she has to give chase to this man. And sadly, she got run over by a bus. So this is the challenge we face in the city, and I'm sure it's a challenge faced in other parts of our country too. So basically, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we need other tools. So I'm happy that the national government has given us 15 million. We have added on 5 million. Thank you, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister. Treasurer, you do. Me, hatim you na. Eventually, we've got it. We have to roll out the honorable members, CCTV. We will put many cameras in the city. There will be a command and control center. The cameras will be watching all the hotspots and sending out signal to a command and control center. We will have a quick response. Our goal is, with the police, is that to respond within 3 to 5 minutes. The camera will be backed up by AI, artificial intelligence. So AI will be monitoring all the cameras at one go. So if on the big screen like we have here, it's showing a place in, let's say, 5 Mile, but there is an incident at 8 Mile, the AI will switch the screen immediately, and the monitors, police who are monitoring the screen, they will dispatch the message right away. The other benefit of artificial intelligence is that it will create a profile of known criminals in our city, and I talk about the city, but in the country too. Some play you play line. I'm taking this opportunity now. You play involved with tribal fighting, involved on sorcery, accusatory related violence, kind, crime around the country, and you post on social media. AI will build a profile on you. Now, if they don't arrest you where you commit those crimes, you come to Mosby, we will arrest you. We will arrest you. We will arrest you. Because your profile will be in our data. Now you come to Jackson Airport, we'll be alerted right away. So we are building up the capacity to make sure we improve security and safety in our city and right around the country. So those are mechanisms we are already putting in place. It's not our responsibility to be doing frontline policing. And work for the police here. Minister of Police is trying his best. You may work crossing him every day. Point about the
Honorable Governor Blon Chidi Bayumas Wenem Loche. Honorable Governor Blong Morobe Wenem Point about W.
My point of order, sorry, with due respect to the governor, in principle, I'm going to support your bill in the debate if the speaker gives me the leave subsequently. But in the meantime, are you going to circulate the copy of your speech to support that bill? I haven't seen that. Otherwise, you're talking, I'm listening to you, but you may be talking irrelevant things. Therefore, I'm entitled to put the point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Governor, me addressing point of order, Honorable Governor Blom Morbe. Honorable Governor Blom Morbe, point of order, you and me. And me not, and City Governor, I also me like debate, but I will present the bill, so you need to present him this law. Bill, yeah. I'm making talk lui pass this bill where you will walk in, but this lana. Then we can take it from there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me look at the written speech. You block it us away. Let me explain also. Lawyer is very simple. Maybe I explain it. Me lawyer too, yeah. You lawyer too. Governor blow you me songan. Maybe you understand. So anyway, we are doing all we can with the support of the national government, at the subnational, at the city, we are doing all we can to support Minister for Police and all our policemen and women. They are doing a great job, but they are stretched. They are stretched. So you can wait in Minister of the Police, or we come up with initiative to support it. This is one of the initiatives. So this Vagrancy Act is one tool that I'm presenting here to the Honorable House so that you can debate it. And if you can agree on it, it's one tool that is available. I'm not going to suggest that it's a silver bullet and by solving we're going to law and order problem in our country or in our capital city or along all urban areas, but at least it's one tool available to police and available to municipal authorities or town authorities. So now, Mr. Speaker, I'll go on to the substance of the bill. Honorable members, you've before time and got one All-Pla Act. So this Act, Vagrancy Act, declared by the Supreme Court to be unconstitutional because it gave powers, unilateral powers to the police force to declare a person to be a vagrant. So that's part of the problem. The other problem with the old act is that it tends to criminalize or focus on people who are unemployed or poor or kind of thing. So the Supreme Court in the 80s declared it to be unconstitutional. So the act, the proposed bill that we brought, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, makes a change in those two main areas. Number one, law side long power law to declare a person to be a vagrant. It's now in this proposed bill. You may give him law court. We wish also may come law me too, yeah, but no good. Me go one side or become subjective or target only some people. So it's going to be go to a neutral, body, neutral referee. That's the court, especially the district court. You may not need to go to national court or Supreme Court or whatever court Attorney General like creating. But it does not preclude all the other courts because part of the bill is that if you are found guilty, the police can ask or the local authority, whether it's NCDC or Lay City Authority or Kokopo City Authority or Madang Town Council, they can come to the court and apply for this person to be declared a vagrant. So that's the first difference, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The second difference is that we have shifted away, the proposed bill shifted away the focus on loiterers or unemployed people or those type of people, and it's generally applies to those who are criminals. So, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, if you are not engaged in criminal activities, you don't plan to commit crime, you're not supporting crime in one way or another, or you are not a criminal, then you don't need to worry about this law. It won't affect you, it won't apply to you. Now, suppose you're criminal, you're involved in criminal activities, then this law is directed at you. It allows the municipal authorities, town authorities, to ask the court to exclude you if you are convicted of a crime or you are known to be involved in a crime. You commit some crime somewhere and you're like, I'm high, Port Mosby, Golo Leo, Golo Kobo, Golo Medengo. We will declare you as a vagrant. So the definition of vagrancy, and it's changed now to cover anybody who's involved in a crime or who the police or the town authorities reckon that this person is not fit and proper person, is a habitual criminal or walking some kind supporting criminal activities. So if you're involved in drug running, we can ask the court to declare you a criminal too. You're involved in gun smuggling or smuggling weapons, ammunition, you go to all these tribes below you lo, kanganap lo, country below you Planji you lost tablo most be. And when we pass this law, I can come to to the court now, not me, but NCDC, can apply to the court to declare you a vagrant. Because you are not fit to live in a multicultural, multi-faith, multinational, multi-ethnic community, like Port Moresby, like Lae, like Gorokao, Hageno, all cities na towns below you. You will stop the place na. See how you will survive if you engage in those type of activity. Or line below you yet. House line below you yet, how they will deal with you. That's the whole idea. So, meeting also the honorable members of parliament, you will by one bell long here, but you can look long and two. If it's not perfect, you can amend him behind time. But you may approve him past time. But Mr. Speaker, procedure me understand also by EDFA Golo committee, so he got chance to you can debate now, but he Golo committee all scale. If they all go around the country, having talk log at a man Mary, all can walk him also, but meeting you may get that too, you may representable people there. The committee can go around and go come. I'm like Blongal, but otherwise we are representatives of our people now. You can adjourn we go on next session now. You ask people or constituent people. Also, me talk about procedure. Procedure also will talk me by referring me to committee. So you can debate now and I refer it to the committee. The next session of parliament. Suppose all people believe and you may get talk one bell and you one bell. I think I'm all, Mr. Speaker, members of parliament. Yes.
Honorable members, behind in practice of custom law parliament, there's a bill by misalim golo permanent parliamentary committee law constitutional laws na acts number legal asim na li report di kambek law parliament. Mr. Clark. One point of W. Honorable Governor, one point of W.
Okay, we just like we want to talk here about a particular bill. Can we fast track this bill so that this particular committee do not sit on it? This is a very urgent issue. Many of us want to fast track this bill as quickly as possible. La plenty time of something sa committee na sila long time to mas. So enough you, Mr. Speaker, give assurance of this plus. Now yet almost ready.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. No point of W, no concern also this bill is important that you must fast track him. Yes, why you fast track him, but behind him, custom na practice of parliament, and we must follow this process belongan or legalize him, na bring him come back, na by you fast track him. When I'm point of what I can, Honorable Governor Blocks. Member Blau, Governor Blau.
Thank you, Speaker. My point of order is I understand that this particular bill sat under your committee called a private business committee for quite some time. And then now you are referring it to another committee. Can you explain to the House why you are doing it? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. You are asking a question to the chair long, but chair answer you and me na answer him this question blue now.
You are.
No. Honorable Governor, Bamina na entertaining point of order again and point of order. You give him finish. The answer, CA give him your finish. The Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and Acts. If Parliament, Honorable Governor, point of order you can, and by me rule out of order. I acknowledge your concerns, and everybody acknowledges that this is an important matter for the country. Therefore, following the practices of Parliament, this bill must go to that particular committee. Lo galasim na bring him come. Back lo parliament na yumi ba writing. If the parliament wants to sit for another week or so, lo handle him this, it's up to the parliament. But now the bill has to go to the committee. So the speaker has made it ruling. And Mdeslana, minon up entertain him narrow point of order can. Honorable member will not fly when a point of order.
Point of order, no me, Mr. Speaker, with due respect. My point of order is that it has been a practice by the government who are in numbers. They always come to play the house by using their numerical strength to push any bills. In a like manner, can they apply the same strength this very important bill, which is suspend standing orders? If it means tomorrow, only can come no morning, suspending standing orders, and come now. Or if it means tomorrow, or if now, can that same strength apply? Thank you.
This is an important bill.
Honorable member will not fly. And you may be in process here. So me rule finish. So me no can all honorable house. Me no enough entertain him na rapona wada long slides. We have to follow the due process. So it will go through the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and subordinates to deal on this matter and bring it back to the Parliament. Thank you. Leader of government business? Mr. Clark? So.
Notice number 133, Income Tax Bill 2025, Minister for Treasury. Second reading, resumption of debate from 19 March. Debate.
Honorable members, the slime continuation of this law, Bilika Masten, a debate again start now. Honorable Governor Blue Civic.
He's sipping.
Sorry. Honorable Governor Blong, Tubla like look one kind of northern our province. Miaswa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to acknowledge all the wonderful civic people who are in my province contributing significantly. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay support to this bill, and I believe it follows on from the work carried out by the late Sir Nagora Bogan and his tax review committee, to which I made some contributions. I believe in that committee was also the Honourable Member for Rye Coast, who was at that time not yet elected into Parliament, Honourable Kesi Sawang, and she reached out to me as a former employee of the IRC and having had some experience in that organization and with matters to do with taxation, and I made my contributions accordingly. I just have a few points that I want to state here, which I hope will be taken note of and will be acted upon. And these are as follows. In regards to the subject of taxation, I wish to commend the Prime Minister and the Marape Rosso government for declaring that there will be no increase in taxes or increase in the rates of taxes. However, we should seriously consider lowering the tax rate for companies and for individuals. We have one of the highest tax rates in the region. It's very oppressive. And not only that, the philosophy is such now that we are encouraging taxpayers to voluntarily turn up and pay their taxes. Taxpayers are very reluctant to pay their taxes because firstly it's so high. They do so, but reluctantly. There are those organizations that do so because they have to. It's in their organizational mandate. They have boards and such that require them to do so, so they have really no choice. And oftentimes we aggressively pursue these companies. The subject I want to speak about is the bad taxpayer. There are a number of those. These bad taxpayers don't pay their taxes, and they have very elaborate schemes, tax avoidance schemes. And they operate in our midst, and they are thriving, building empires and funneling most of their proceeds offshore and building empires over there too. Many of them operate as cartels. And they do very well here in this country, raping and plundering our resources at will and whim, with very little attention from the tax office, just as if they are untouchable. Many instances they are declaring losses after losses, but they've been here for 20, 30 years, still building empires. And then they're now moving into other business activities. Real estate, for instance. Now mining, even carbon trading, etc., etc. These are the people we need to aggressively pursue. The tax office needs to develop an intelligence-driven effort, which was the case some years ago. I think they've kind of gone off track a little here, I would like to say. An intelligence-driven effort where you identify the bad taxpayers and you pursue them vigorously, using the amazing powers that are contained in the Income Tax Act. Very powerful laws exist whereby you can determine exactly how much an individual or an organization earned in profits and tax them accordingly. But we are pursuing companies that are genuine in paying their taxes, and we're making life very difficult for these companies to operate. That's one point I would like to make in regards to the efforts of the IRC. I also believe that there was the proposal that a board is necessary. I think that's a great idea. A board is necessary. This was proposed during my time when I was working in the IRC, in the Customs Division at that time. The Commissioner General at that time was Mr. David Sode, and he had brought this idea that there has to be a board that will basically oversee the development of policy for the IRC, liaise with industry, and look at what's best practice in the region and in the world, and provide oversight so that pursuing taxpayers is not arbitrary or it's not selective. It's done fairly. That's my small contribution here in regards to taxes. I feel that my number one recommendation is that we should seriously consider lowering the tax rates for income taxpayers, especially the individuals. I believe it's 35% for Papua New Guineans and anywhere between 42% and so for expatriates. Expatriates earn sufficiently, so leave that alone. But I would say for Papua New Guineans, we should reduce it, and I would like to propose 10%. 10%. And it's the same for companies. Papua New Guinean companies, if you want them to pay taxes, perhaps develop a law that will allow them to have a tax holiday for, let's say, 5 years whilst they establish themselves. And then the tax office should have a board and should be intelligence-driven in its efforts. To go out there and take on the bad taxpayers. And there are bad taxpayers out there. Many of us know who they are. They operated will and win in this country. They virtually recolonized us, and we seem to ignore this fact. They run this country in many instances, I would even like to add. Why are they so untouchable? Thank you.
Honorable Member Sinayangbo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge the initiative taken by the Treasurer to reform a very old, ancient law that has seen its genesis back to 1959. That's a long time ago. So we thank him for that initiative. We on this side haven't had enough time to look at all its implications and conduct a full-blown debate on the floor of this Parliament, but there's two limited points that I just want to flag to make sure that we are doing the right thing. The first point I want to raise is in relation to Section 28. Section 28 of the draft bill. What that section says, in effect, is that as soon as this law comes into operation, it will override any other law that contradicts it. That's what it says in relation to our resource project agreements. So for resource projects like mining and petroleum, what happens usually, Mr. Speaker, is that firstly you appoint a state negotiating team to enter into negotiation with a developer for a proposed project. So they negotiate to and fro, and in those negotiations they touch on the fiscal regime that will underpin the project, and that always invariably includes the taxation regime that the state on our side proposes to impose on that project. And that is debated to and fro between the developer and our SNT, state negotiating team. And once they reach an agreement, they sign a project agreement. It can be a mining agreement, or it can be a petroleum agreement, which includes a gas agreement, and any other resource too. Now, once you have signed an agreement, what some of these projects do is that they propose to the state, and that's also part of the agreement, that that agreement should now be legislated into law. So, Mr. Speaker, you will recall in the PNG LNG project, there's a number of fiscal stability agreement acts, maybe 8 or 9 of them, that subsequent to the signing of the agreement were brought into this Parliament and entered into, legislated into law. And the same thing, you will recall, has applied recently in relation to the Papua gas agreement. Now, and they have their own effect and consequences, and the developer and the state, all of us are now following those legislated fiscal stability agreement acts. What this section is now saying is that once this law comes into effect, you can forget all those other legislations in the case of a conflict between the two. Now, when we sign all those fiscal stability agreements and later legislated them into law, this kind of thing was never envisaged. It is anticipated, and it is the agreement, and it is legislated by this Parliament, that that stability arrangement will have the force of law and remain in existence for the life of the project. That was the intention. So my concern is, and I'm not objecting very violently, but it's a counseling to our good treasurer, hardworking treasurer. If we could look at that and see how it impacts upon the existing legislations, both in respect for PNG LNG, which we rely on in a big way to underpin our economy, our revenues every year. The treasurer will admit to that. He relies on the revenue from PNG LNG in a big way. We all do. And very soon, we want to see that Papua LNG also move into construction and revenue generation under those legislated fiscal regime that we as Parliament have agreed to. Now, when we do this, it can become the subject of controversy between the developers and ourselves. And we don't want to create this kind of uncertainty and instability. They can even take us to the court or maybe take us to an international arbitration, which costs a lot of money to defend. But at the same time, we lose our credibility as a foreign investment destination. So that is my concern. I flag it. I would ask through you, Mr. Speaker, the good treasurer, to seek advice on the impact of Section 28 on all the existing fiscal stability agreements in relation to PNG LNG and Papua LNG and any other project agreement, maybe even Porgera. So he needs to have a look at that to be comfortable that we're not breaking our own laws in passing another law and bringing them all into conflict and embarrassment for us as a state. So that's my first point. The second point I want to raise is on a matter that's been touched by our good Governor Jufa already in relation to the board. I've always had an aversion to NEC, state-appointed boards. Almost inevitably, state-appointed boards, and that means the NEC, appointed boards always get drawn into our political whims and fancies and demands. And so they always end up being compromised and underperforming. It's good to have board to oversee people like the IRC commissioners, but I would support it if this board was independently appointed, not by NEC, not by the government, but by an independent body. And I want to emphasize here, we should not be afraid of delegating our power to a point to external independent body of men, learned men and women, to take the responsibility of appointing such a board. And I've always said the same thing in respect of, let's say, Kumul Consolidated Holdings. I've always said the same of all state-owned enterprises. We have been appointing the boards and the managing directors to those institutions, and they are examples to illustrate the point about IRC boards, is that we've been appointing these boards for quite a long time now, but they've not been performing. There must be a reason why they are not performing. And I have always said that it's got to be attributed to the source of appointment. They are looking backwards all the time instead of looking forward and doing their job. Somebody is pulling their leg all the time, so they are not climbing. So when it comes to a situation like this, I think we owe it to our people to be sincere, to look at a different pathway, hopefully a pathway that can give us more results. And it's not the first time this will happen. We've already done it. Sam McCarry has done it in his time. When he reformed the superannuation industry, the critical part of the reform he carried out was that the boards and the senior management of those superannuation funds must be appointed by an independent body of men and women. And lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, their success is more than world-class. It's amazing success for the superannuation industry. All you have to do is to talk to Nash Fund, talk to Comrade Trustee, talk to Number One Super, because those boards are independently appointed. They report to no minister, they don't report to the Prime Minister even, but the results are there. Our employees public servants in the private sector and the public sector and the defense force, men and women are making an incredible rate of return on their savings every year. At one point I know, for example, that the super industry declared a 33% interest on their savings. So if you had 100,000 saving in your account, at the end of that year when interest was credited, they got 33,000 on top. And that is evidence of success of a certain kind of management appointment and arrangement outside of the politics. So, yeah, we support the treasurer that if he wants support, he can have it, but it would help his cause if he can also go one step further to say such a board must be appointed not by cabinet, not by this parliament, but let us delegate it. Let's trust our people. It's not 1975 anymore. This is 2025, 50 years on. It's a lot of very educated, learned Papua New Guinean men and women out there. Let some of them come, sit on the appointments committee, appoint the member to this board. And I believe they will give the treasurer the kind of success that he wants to see. He will get it. He will get it. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Governor Lomorobe.
For giving me the leave to speak on this very important bill presented by the Treasurer. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, I had a copy of the bill but didn't have the sufficient time to peruse the bill to satisfy myself the content of that bill, so that I am much better positioned than at the moment to contribute to the debate for or against what is stipulated or what is embodied in the bill which have been circulated. But on the surface of it, I like to contribute in this way, Mr. Speaker. First of all, in relation to the income tax. Usually the word income tax means tax on the earnings of the people, either working in the company or working in the government. That's a tax for the employees. So let me begin by making a speech on the income tax of the people. Mr. Speaker, this country is facing a very difficult time. It's facing a difficult time. The kina continues to fall low. The prices of the goods continue to rise. The pace of our people remains the same for many years. And the family consequently are facing a hard time, Mr. Speaker, particularly for the families who are working in the company or in the government, and with the earnings from those people who are working to the children and grandchildren. I say grandchildren because that's Papua New Guinea's life. We don't just work for ourselves, but we work for our family and clan and tribe and political supporters, if you are a member of parliament or whatever leadership you hold. So in that regard, any increase in relation to the income tax will be unreasonable in the circumstances of this country. We have to be very mindful about the condition of our people. This is very important. People are the ones who give us the mandate to be in this honorable parliament, and we should be demonstrating honorably to them. That's the whatever law that we introduce and have it passed must have a due consideration to the lives of the people who give us the mandate to be in this parliament. So if there is any proposal to increase the income tax, this would be unreasonable, Mr. Speaker, very unreasonable. I live in the block and settlement and I see the difficult life of our people today. They can't afford a parcel of rice for the day. Even the gentleman is working for money by the company or government, but the pay and with the consideration of the keener devaluation and the rise of prices is giving the mammoth task and the difficult and hardship to the people who are working. And so if there's any increase in relation to the income tax of the people who are working for remuneration, if there's any increase, that would be unreasonable in the circumstances of this country at the present time. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we must respond back to the taxpayers. We must respond back. For instance, in the city of Lae is an industrial city, and so many people are working in the industries. Also, of course, the government. They're working there in those in Lae and in the Morbi province, Mr. Speaker. And we must be reasonable. We must be fair. Mr. Speaker, I have been fighting for the tax law when the government introduced VAT to this parliament, had it passed. I was a lone fighter for the interest of Papua New Guinea, because the circumstances of Papua New Guinea, which hasn't changed until now, exist. That makes sure that whatever tax that we charge, we have to be reasonable, and we must return it to the taxpayers. We must return it to the taxpayers. We must make sure, like Lae, for instance, I've been calling on all of this Lae road, main road, to be concreted, and I'm sure Kandre member will support me. Because the many people working there are paying income tax to the government, and therefore we need money. And I've been fighting for 100% inland tax to Lae, to Morbi province, 100%, so that I can use this money. And not only the city people are paying tax, it's the rural people, Menyami and Kabum and Nawa and all those people coming there, selling their coffee, selling whatever goods there. They're buying things from the store. And therefore it is vitally fair that we must return it. And that is why I've been fighting for to death years. Year past line New York Tokto, Mr. Speaker. So we must return it to the taxpayers. When I'm having we're going to pay more tax. When I'm having people we're going to pay more tax. Let's have due consideration because they exist, they will for more tax, and then of course part of this money that you collect will benefit the rest of the country. That is why I signed an agreement with Michael Somare, that when I beat the government in the Supreme Court on tax VAT, we signed an agreement. I proposed a solution. That is to set 60-40 sharing. But Mr. Speaker, that 60-40 sharing was not fully implemented. The IRC people came up with a formula to split this money. It should be 10%, 3% to the province, and 7% to the state. But in actual fact, they came up with a formula. And giving the provinces less than 3%, as stated by the law. What they formulated is not by the law, it's by the policy, Mr. Speaker. I hope that is rectified in the due course, Mr. Speaker. So those things happen. But the point is we have to return to the taxpayers. If you are paying more tax, if your company in the province is paying no tax, return it to them, whatever you collect. If your number of people in the province is paying more compared to other parts of the country, of course we're not forgetting them, we'll take due consideration. Pay to them so they will continue to survive. Like Lae Company must continue to survive to collect money, taxes to the public purse of this country. That must happen. So, Mr. Minister, I hope that you take note of this, that we make sure that you give us 100% inland tax. You can get the corporate tax, you can get the company tax, whatever, all of those you can get, but give us 100% inland tax so that I can build a road to Kabul, I can build a road to The Raina, I can build a road to Khartoum and down all the way down to Saido. You go to Lake City, you go to Makam Valley, you think Papua New Guinea, Morbe and flat, or some Kunai Blom Makam, flatness Blom Makam, no other. Rugged mountain bloom, play winning mountain bloom Sina, winning mountain bloom, when I'm up here, Gambo. Over the mountain bloom, Morbe and me play stop and up to the place stop Tamblo. Only Mount Woodland also, William. Otherwise, over the mountain bloom, play winning mountain bloom planner. Mountains are not people at the same time. Thank you. So we like to say, you give me 100% so that I can maintain, make sure that the infrastructure in place is in order, more company invest there, more tax is generated, and house loan, national government pull up to help in the rest of the country. In relation to the tax, I come to that, tax for the corporate tax, if you're going to charge tax, income tax, the income tax of the corporate companies, you want to charge them, it all depends on the circumstances. It all depends on the company, right? It all depends on where the company is operating. It all depends. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the minister will take note that we be fair. This country is a country of tax. I can say that. And country of prices is going up. I can say that. Because you think something of balance. Philippines, you come here, you buy together Filipino come here, less than you buy a Filipino. Some have a long way place long United States, you travel from one state to another. I mean long way to much long country long Papua New Guinea, but you pay in Tamlo. Long come to Papua New Guinea and going up through. And then you have the monopoly, and New Guinea's got a monopoly. No other aircraft to travel only Air New Guinea. Of course, airline PNG and all this, but all the man like London, or like Jet Balusia. Therefore, given the circumstances of the lives of our country, people are forced, and people to some extent sacrifice to move, Mr. Speaker. So it all depends on the circumstances, Minister. We have to be fair. We have to be fair on the companies who are coming to invest. Genuine companies coming to invest in this country. We have to be fair. Don't try to give them a heavy tax and prevent them from investing here. Because we need employment. We need employment. We are not, ourselves, we are not creating employment enough. You people who are going to talk Chinese and no good. All those people no good. Kong Kong, na people describe them all the same. But Kong Kong, you go stop in Islo, Pinsapen, Mila talks out. Kong Kong, you go stop in Islo, Sialong. Kong Kong, you stop all Kona, Bulolo. Kong Kong, you go stop. Now, Kong Kong, Savel, no working business. Kong Kong, Savel. Now, Kong Kong, Savel, needs no man or place. Suppose you go to Sialong, Naila Grousing, Kong Kong, Sialong. All by Ronnie Will and Tamil, you by Ron, Solwaran, Shark, all by KKM now. Because all holding Kong Kong, live up all stuff. They only work him. So we have to be fair to every company who's coming to invest in this country, every nationality who's coming to invest, because we need the services that we require. We can provide it. They will provide it. And we have to make sure that those companies come in to operate. And they will teach our Papua New Guinean people too. Business, trade store, when a kind of trucking company, that's not our life. Our life was different. People are finding go running kilimabus na again stop here, catching fish na stop, and that's our life. But now this life is a new life coming in. Therefore, we must make sure takes in and killing all man, all company come along overseas to try to, of course, they're coming to make profits, money for themselves, but also coming to help us to develop our economic development in our country. So I hope that, Minister, in this bill that you presented, you consider that as an important factor, Mr. Speaker. You are an intelligent, learned person. I trust you completely. You are the best guy in the business. Not every business, but business of drafting budget and coming up with tax law and all of those things. you are the most fit and proper person. So I hope that others may have their different view. Well, that's their right. But mine is that you, in my humble judgment, you're the best guy in the business. So I hope that you will take note. In relation to board, I will support the member for Gambo, what do you call it? Sina Yangamul, yes. My learned lawyer friend over there, in relation to board. I think the IRC is in the best at the moment.
Yeah, performing.
They're performing. They're performing. One thing they complain is that we're giving the mammoth task to collect money from the people, companies and whatever, to give it to the public purse, and we're in the business of spending. We're not in the business of making money. They're in the business of collecting the money for us. But they've been complaining about their houses in the district, their houses in the provincial headquarters for their staff who are working day in, day out to making sure that they collect the money. They've been complaining. So I hope that, Mr. Honourable Minister, you will put some money to help them fix their houses and transportation and whatever in all of the provinces and the district of this country. I hope you will do that. But otherwise, they're doing an excellent job. I thank the government for reappointing Mr. Sam Coyne, our Revenue General, back, because he's proven he's a fit and proper person as a tax collector of this country. And I thank you, Prime Minister, and the National Executive Council for reappointing him to continue his job as a general tax collector. He's doing a good job. We leave it to them. But matters like I have already stated, comply with the law. In relation to GST, comply with the law. You get 3% and you get 7% and send 3%, not a formula, not by a formula, amount by the formula, but amount by the law, by the GST law, right? Send it. And in relation to that 60-40 sharing, you make sure that the provinces get 60-40-60. For the provinces like Morbi province, we're supposed to get 60% of the money. Because we have a difficult province, the circumstances for which I've already placed before this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So those matters strictly follow the law. But the IRC, with the leadership of Sam Coyne, is doing an excellent job. And we should keep it with the IRC. With the board, with the due respect, there could be, as what my learned lawyer friend has said, and the member for Sina Yangamul has said, there could be manipulation by the board. If a supporter of a government is there, they can be easily influenced. You know, fish inside marking the line board here. Now, you know, stones are marking the line board here. And human beings are marking all this line. Now, human being, you know, not a human being, and political human beings are marking all. So, the bad influence may affect them, contaminate their mind, and they can make a wrong decision. So I don't think we should have a board. Just leave it to IRC, and the IRC will do the job. All collections go to IRC, and IRC will do the job. And that also protect you. If there is an allegation against you, Prime Minister, you good plan. But Prime Minister, sorry, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but possible. And then they will criticize you, and then because me brother me back sim. That is why me to them, you must rouse him board. Board must out. You not support him board. You listen to IRC. IRC touch on by walking the slow walk and make sure the text you kiss in, the text, a reasonable text, not a tax that's going to create hardship on the life of the people who are facing a difficult life at the moment as we are talking. Very difficult life. Very, very difficult life. You see, when I get elected, I'm not sure about other electorate, but when I get elected, they think I'm a millionaire man. By virtue of my election, I'm full of too much thousand and million in the pocket. And every day when I'm still asleep, they come and ask me for money. Me talk, manino sa grow na pundanong, diway osem lip mangoya. Now too, because you come up member, money by you now come up nothing to you. Me all talking about some stuff. So the tax law must be relevant, have due consideration to the life of our people. Of course, we will encourage the investors, and we must also have due consideration and be fair on the investors. Doesn't matter where you come from, a white man or Chinese man, doesn't matter, as long as they're genuine, as long as their business going to create employment and provide the services we cannot provide ourselves, allow them in. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much lo looking you kiss him rightful place, blue? Na control him house, blue me now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me like talk click lo this la tax. I'm not an expert when it comes to laws or money plans. That's all. Me Philimosem, me can talk click lo appreciating this la bill that is presented before us. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Treasurer. In your wisdom and in the government's wisdom, we cannot give you so much praise sometimes, but we can say some appreciation of the hard work that you have done, the hard work that you have placed in bringing this bill before Parliament today. You cannot have successive governments after successive governments and ignore a law that is more than 40 years old. Things are changing in the world, and they are changing very, very fast, Mr. Speaker. Marasin, time you me lig na oklo give you me penicillin injection. This like Marasin, you go back, you don't have any more. Because things evolve. Life moves faster than you think. Now, this bill now, Mr. Treasurer, you carry him calm, Mr. Speaker, is a bill that is long overdue for the benefit of this nation. For me to sit down and hear my colleague in the opposition, the member for Sinasina, talk on this bill and being a lawyer himself, a very learned lawyer, and understand that he can pick up something within this bill of which you gave us only 24 hours to read. And I think some of the time, also now before that, we're talking on the paper that was brought before us by the NCD governor. And we saw the agency in this house that you must walk him now yet. And here we have another paper that is presented by the Treasurer for the agency of us fixing laws that are so old, and yet we kept on using them up to today. Now you must send him some law, so that you must come up with some loopholes that others use to infiltrate into our systems. You may complain inside the house, or citizens blame me, law country, or complain, law plenty of man come na utilizing systems blame me, law barren country blame me. So when you look at the crunch of the matter, it needs you, your leaders, be proactive, rise up and fix up those loopholes or those gaps that we have left wide open for too long and will be 50 years in a few months' time, and close them up so that all man can using these loopholes or by looking at them and pass finish. And pass finish. Mr. Speaker, me and myself, this bill by now you may talk, but Mr. Treasurer, one pla talk me like talk lo you. And you need to tidy up the whole tax system that we have in our country. Look good le. Whatever that we do in this country or in this parliament, leaders that make decision in this parliament, the end user, which is our people, must benefit from the changes that we make. The changes that we make, the laws that we make for our country in this very honorable house must be for our people, number one. You know, believe me yet. Now, me like talk click lo this la, Mr. Speaker. Our country, Papua New Guinea, plenty time inside lo house blame me, you me tintin awesome. You may raise him tax by me working more money. You may raise him tax lo this la commodity. You may raise him tax below this la product. You may raise him tax below this la consumable or one of something. We will make more money for the country. Now you may must look good, Mr. Speaker. You must look good. Time you like working more money. You must still buying power blow people. If you want to sell 100 toilet papers and you put the cost at 5 kina per toilet paper, you think no man buy? Buy noga. Suppose you reduce in price for this toilet paper, come down to 50 toya, and you put 1,000 toilet papers on the table, you have given buying power to the consumers. Or by come na buy more than a pinisi. And so, time you working loss inside the country blame me. You must look low people blame. You must rouse him this la buying power. Now put him go to 100 people. The more power you give to the people, the more benefit you bring for our tax regime. Mr. Speaker, our country is already a very highly taxed nation. You look like him taso. Now by you say tax blame me is one of the highest in the world. Mr. Speaker, you like in bringing more investors in our country? Look at our tax regime. Now, me like encouraging treasurer, me like give you support, Now, you holistically look at our tax regime. Now, I hope that with the benefit of this law being passed, the amended tax laws, you can come to us in October and November in your new bill and say, yes, people are reducing this tax. People are like reducing this GST tax maybe from 10% down to 7% so that our people can be eased. Time or go to store can buy more kaikai. And this proposal that's what me put him you. Now, Treasurer, you are a learned man. You know the best for our people. Mr. Speaker, cost of living in our country is one of the highest. Very high. You may or members of parliament, you may get plenty of responsibility. Tete mi arim sampla line talk, President, Council President Blomi am die. Nabla talk, Councillor Blomi die. Nabla talk, some Pater Blomi die. Now responsibility ipun down come back lo you. How you can help more people blame me? How we can assist our people through these laws that we are passing so that the end benefit goes to our people. Mr. Speaker, me like finish awesome. Double taxing inside Los Angeles industries, blame me, country have to be closely monitored and watched by the Treasury Department. Now taxation also. Also one example also me like put him. Inside the timber industry. Time man cutting timber finish, this la man go buy him this la timber this la first la man and buy him tax. Nabla man go buy him lo karim go lo hardware blame and buy him tax. Now end user go down. Me as a customer, me go down lo buy him this la same timber, me buy him tax too. Also, double taxing inside or some industry. Please, that man look them. Now, time you me fix him up. This all taxation
laws, you must look closely at legislation. Let me finish by pointing out this. We want to export more agricultural products, and Prime Minister keeps on talking about agriculture, and the government keeps on talking about agriculture being the backbone of this nation. Fertilizer costs are so high. Fuel costs are so high. What will happen if we reduce the cost of these products of some fuel, fertilizer, and encourage more agriculture so that more export and more money can come inside the country? Blow halivim or people believe me. Mr. Speaker, Osam talk penis. Our nation is one of the nations that is very high in tax. You mean one of the highly taxed nations. Inside law, development law, all tax blame. Inside law, Saveman, inside law, country blame. Time people look law, amending more tax blame. Me Hamas once again, Honorable Treasurer. Thank you. You carry this bill come. I hope this bill will assist you in your endeavors to make Papua New Guinea a place where people will be, investors will be hungry to come and invest. And I hope that in your endeavors, you bring down the cost of living for our people to enjoy no other place on earth but Papua New Guinea. Because I love this country, Papua New Guinea, and I'd like to see our people enjoy the benefits that its government make for its people. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lord, give me legal space. Lord, join him in this debate. First of all, I commend him, Tresra. Lord, good work you bring him. This is something I'm start long time through. The income tax bill, but 2025 year, I've been stopped, and I quote, it's a historic bill, as you have said, and this new bill will completely replace the 1959 Income Tax Act enacted 66 years ago. So commendations are in order. This is an important historic bill that needs to be amended to make certain that our tax laws are appropriate, our tax laws are conducive, Mr. Speaker, and our tax laws are beneficial, and shutting down all the loopholes that exist, or whatever loopholes that exist in our current system. Thank you, Treasurer, once again. After me commend him, Mila talks out too, Mr. Speaker, the law line blame me that there are no new taxes that are being put in place. This tax bill is designed to make certain that we stop a lot of the loopholes that currently exist in our current system, shorten it, make it easier, make it more conducive for businesses and for government to collect the relevant taxes that are imposed by law on companies and its people. Whilst we are doing that, let me remind us also as government, Parliament, and bureaucrats in particular, whilst we do tax amendments and collect taxes, which is an important function, Mr. Speaker, to run any organization or run any government, the taxes we collect should be utilized in the best way possible to improve the lives of our people and improve conducive business for our companies, and make certain that those companies that invest, the people that pay taxes, receive the appropriate support in good infrastructure, good health services, and various other things that as government we are obliged to do and have a responsibility to do. So with this income tax bill of 2025, Mr. Speaker, we amamas through supporting this bill that Treasurer want a more line walkman blame, na asi will bring him come now law, floor blow. Parliament. Will I also remind him, Parliament, all people blame me, that this government has not just, we recognize the need for lower tax for a lot of our people. And I remind everyone that we have done that. We have given exemption to 20,000 kina for our lower income earners, Mr. Speaker. That is about nearly 200 million kina that we have taken off from national government budget, consolidated budget, from our income tax collections, Mr. Speaker, and allowed the average person to be able to not pay any tax from his wages
up to approximately 700 kina per person. So if you are earning a wage of 20,000 kina equivalent or below that, and now you know payam takis more, and that has been in existence since our COVID years as a sign of our government recognizing the need of our people to ensure that basic things are put on the table, all survive in these very hard times. So we do recognize that, and we do make certain that we find ways to alleviate some of the hardships that our people face. So, thank you, government, on both sides of the House that passed this relevant support for this bill. So, thank you, through. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and I quote again from our good treasurer, the fundamental aim is to modernize, to simplify, and to consolidate our old act. The numbers or sections of this tax law has been amended to make it easier, make it more conducive, be able to interpret from 369 sections down to 165. So it makes it easier for businesses to utilize, makes it easier for taxpayers to read, and also for our accountants to read. A lot of times, having been in business myself and understanding it, a lot of businesses, sometimes when you have a really good accountant, you can do a lot of transfer pricing. The accountant that you can be able to do to avoid tax within the legal confines of that space, is the ability is there. So by dropping that, Mr. Speaker, dropping the number of pages, dropping the number of content of this, it makes it more accessible for our IRC and our Treasury to collect the appropriate taxes and also shut down loopholes that allow and enable these illicit activities to thrive. Mr. Speaker, this is transparency and simplicity. Whilst we look towards a balance of improving conducive business for our people, we also look at things like that we have done as whole of government, things like what we do with the SEZ. For any government, any place to operate successfully, you need to make improvements. You need to make conducive business available. You need to make it certain that we have the environment must be conducive for people and businesses to thrive in. If businesses, as quite rightfully pointed out by the good opposition leader, is that if we don't have a conducive environment, Mr. Speaker, to thrive in, then businesses will not come. I also commend our good Trade and Industry Minister and government for also bringing the SEZ, and in many areas we are now setting up examples of this SEZ starting to operate and starting to move forward. But we need to do more as government, and we appreciate that fact from both sides of the House. We need to ensure, as we have said, and we are working on it, to ensure law and order thrive so our business can operate safely for our people and businesses here in Papua New Guinea, in our country. We have a lot to offer, as a good opposition leader pointed out. Papua New Guinea is a beautiful place with a lot of attractions, but we need to have a conducive environment. And that conducive environment rests on the shoulders of both sides of the House, our bureaucracy, and appropriate things, amendments to legislation, what our good treasurer has now brought forward, like the Tax Act, to ensure that businesses will continue to thrive and our people continue to thrive in our beautiful country. I also note the conversations, Mr. Speaker, on ensuring that we drop taxes. And I agree with that. We need to drop taxes too. We are one of the highest paying tax brackets in our part of the world, Mr. Speaker. But for us to drop taxes, we need to improve the efficiency, Mr. Speaker, of collecting taxes first. We need to broaden the spectrum to ensure that we capture the illegal, the people who avoid tax, to pay tax. Once we grasp those illegal things, which is paper is now aimed at addressing, once we grasp those illegal tax avoiders, we can be able to then drop the tax for our average citizens and the hard-working taxpayers we have. That is an obligation that government is working, Mr. Speaker, on having it tabled in the near future. We have to ensure that we be able to close all the loopholes, Mr. Speaker. We have to be able to know that we are targeting all the illegal tax avoidance players in this regime, and then we work towards being able to drop taxes for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say once again thank you to a good Treasurer and government as a whole, and I'd like to support this bill and the relevant amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. We may get opportunity to debate. Yes. So, third reading, there's opportunity for debate there. So the question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act. A bill for an act to A, modernize and simplify the law relating to income tax, and B, repeal and replace the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General dated 18 March 2025 recommending the imposition of taxation in accordance with Section 210 of the Constitution insofar as the bill relates to and provides for such imposition. Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The Honourable Member for Hiri Koiari.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to make some remarks and also support, on behalf of the people of Hiri Koiari, this welcome amendment to the Income Tax Act. Mr. Speaker, you see, the remarks, and whilst we have not had the full benefit of reading the entire legislation, as this is a Honourable House, I'll rely on the honourable words of the Treasurer in his speech, the remarks he makes into the Hansard, and that is that this bill simplifies an archaic 1950s Income Tax Act. So what this does is it simplifies the application and implementation of tax law, not only for business houses, not only for industry, but also for tax practitioners, lawyers and accountants, and the general environment of business and the ecosystem where tax revenue is relied upon to finance state activities that we more often than not complain about. So this, I commend the Treasurer and his team, through him, his team at the Internal Revenue Commission in bringing this long outstanding review to the floor. In saying so, there's a lot of very important matters that are glaring and jump out of this speech. But one particular important aspect of the policy of successive governments has been to improve or increase downstream processing and to create new jobs. And I notice that Section 123, an emphasis is placed on the agriculture industry to be better off as a result of this reform. And in addition to that, there's a promise that there'll be an improvement in the fishing boats or fishing industry, which can immediately claim 100% tax deduction. This is welcome. You see, in order to have create jobs, you need foreign direct investment. But for foreign direct investment to come in, we need to incentivize them, and we cannot be incentivizing on a piecemeal basis. But to set benchmarks like this and make it a very loud noise to the entire world and the entire region that Papua New Guinea is ready to take on investment. And it cannot take investment if the taxing regime is onerous and it is going to be laborious or tedious or even expensive to even set up. The idea is to bring factories and plants onshore, to attract investment onshore. This will complement the SEZ policy that the government wants to drive, and I hope this is going to promise more jobs for Papua New Guineans. Like everything else, there are always creation of law is very easy. The implementation, of course, and the governance of it is what is the labor and the tedious aspect of rolling out these grand visions and ambitions of the government. So I'm certainly encouraged to see the marine resources improve and the agriculture sector going to win on this one. Mr. Speaker, this is legislation that is going to make life much easier for small businesses. It will lower the tax thresholds and it will make it even more compliant and easy to comply with. This has to be the work of the government. Many of times, government wants to descend into industry and take on huge capital expenditure when it really shouldn't be. We need to do away with government taking on capital works too much. But if we are smart enough to create a regime and that will induce and invite and entice investment, on the clawback, they gain. Everybody wins. I hope this is going to be the case as we move forward. But in addition to the matters, and I welcome that these amendments can be, if there are amendments that should be done before January 2026, Mr. Speaker, the Treasurer and his team might do well to also consider the capital gain tax aspect of this bill. For it to be successfully implemented in PNG, we require careful planning to avoid unintended negative effects. Because it can likely, this agenda can likely draw away, have the opposite effect of what it's really intended for. And these are the areas. PNG must define what types of assets will be subject to capital gains tax. And these considerations should be, amongst others, 1, real estate. Real estate should this only apply to properties in urban areas, or should rural land also be included? And then there are shares and securities market. Will stock market gains be taxed? Is average mothers and fathers who are investing on the stock market want to have a reassurance? Yes, there are business houses. Yes, there are corporates, but also the moms and dads who are investing. And if so, how will this tax be structured to avoid discouraging investment? We want to draw investment. We want to bring in investment. Then there's, of course, the business sales aspect of things. Should corporate gains tax apply to business transfers, mergers and acquisitions? What will be the exemptions? Are there going to be exemptions for primary residences, inherited assets, or small business sales? The people of Uruguay will recommend a well-defined scope that will prevent unnecessary burdens on small landowners and businesses while ensuring that wealthy individuals and large corporations contribute fairly. We will share the tax burden. Mr. Speaker, fixing this regime, again, is one thing, but the tax entities that are going to be taxed is also the other part. And while I welcome this amendment, I want to encourage food for thought. The tax base is now overdue for increase. Now, to do that, we've said this time and again, tax and our laws in this country should be enacted for the benefit of our people of Papua New Guinea primarily. There are many ways we can do this. One particular manner is to formalize land. As land formalization is implemented and reform is brought forward, it'll automatically bring into the global economy the Papua New Guinean, average Papua New Guinean mom and dad and the clan and the household. So you're not only taxing those who are doing business or practicing, doing business or creating income, and the tax base is not just limited to foreign direct investment, but even onshore Papua New Guineans need to carry the burden of growth. We need to all share the burden. And it cannot be lumped only on one sector or 2 or 3 sectors. We always talk about the big forestry transactions. We always talk about oil and gas, mining. We always talk about all these big industries, but very seldomly forget. This is the mentality that Papua New Guineans and every citizens must take on the responsibility of creating the environment that we want to live in to the future. To do that, we must participate. Just as much as we sit on the sideline and throw stones and want to be included, we need to roll our sleeves up, and Papua New Guineans must get into the habit of work. But to get there, the environment is the responsibility of the government to create a conducive environment to create jobs. I am encouraged to see that this law has great potential to create the jobs that Papua New Guineans need. And I certainly hope that we will have the tail end of this year into January to include some of these amendments or propositions. One other such proposition could be the carbon taxation regimes. Since independence, and as the honourable member gentleman from Senator Nyong'o had stated in his debate, resource projects usually quarantine the negotiations of fiscal provisions of a project. Sometimes, many of these agendas are precluded from negotiations because of parties' own consensus and negotiation agendas that are limited only to the parties in the room. But Papua New Guineans, as we progress into an industrialization and an industrial state, benefiting into growth, the carbon agenda cannot be understated and cannot be overlooked. The environment we live in will not be the same in the next 20, 50 years. As you can see, there's a lot of emergence of people coming in from all over Papua New Guinea into urban centers or moving around looking for jobs. We need to be responsible citizens of the globe in terms of managing our carbon footprint and to take advantage of that as a specific commodity and resource. With this few remarks, Honourable Speaker, I thank the Chair for giving people of Hiri Quarry the benefit of speaking, because even in addition to all of these other industries, you have the tourism industry. Papua New Guinea has so much of a going concern in terms of tourism. But how can Papua New Guineans participate in this well-spoken of industry and sector when we cannot include them into the business world? They can't even enter. They're already afraid of paying taxes. We should be a tax-friendly country, and Papua New Guineans should love to pay taxes if the right amount and fair amount is put in print and there's nothing left to guess for. And we are not apprehensive and afraid of participating in the global economy. We should be inclusive. With these few words, Honourable Speaker, thank you kindly once again. I commend.
The Honourable Member from Menyama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for recognizing the people of Menyama. In support of the Treasurer's Bill, the people of Menyama would like to make our contribution in regards to this bill. We support this bill. The Treasurer has presented the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. It's a good bill the Treasurer has brought to the House. There are so many good things, and in support of this bill, the leaders have spoken. One of the things that really affects this country is our people who earn wages. The wages and salary earners, they are highly taxed in this country. And they carry the burden, and most of the times they have been crying to the government to look into this issue. And how do we encourage our people, our teachers who go into the remotest part of this country, our health workers, the face of government, they serve in those remote and rural places. They serve in those remote islands, and they carry the burden. And the government gives them the work and say, you go and serve. And on the other hand, we tax them highly. How do we compensate them? So in order to encourage them, I would like to give a little contribution to this House. The wage, one of the high tax regime in this part of the region, and one of these is the income tax for the salary and wage earners. I would like to propose that if we want to encourage and give more power to our people to have more spending power, we have to reduce the tax and wage and salary tax. And in order to compensate that, in this country, we are a communal society. A wage that a teacher earns, a wage that a doctor earns, a wage that a public servant earns is sent by all the people in the community. And they don't save that money. They don't save that money. In a fortnight, that money goes, and also applies to each one of us. The money that we earn, we don't save that money in the bank account. In a fortnight, all the money goes. So when we reduce the tax, it gives more power, the earning power to the people. And the government can look at, while it reduces the income tax, it can also collect more on the GST. So when you reduce, there's more spending power, and then you can collect on the GST tax, because people will still automatically spend those monies there. So government can gain from, while the government is thinking about spending, trying to reduce the income tax, that it earns from the income tax. While reducing that income, then the government can collect on the other hand, while people spend more and create more economic activity, we can collect on GST. So automatically, while you reduce on the other side, more people will spend more, and then you collect more on GST, so the government can look at this. So I would like to recommend to this House that while Treasurer is bringing this amendment, we can also look at reducing our wage and income tax that our people have been complaining about in this country. It's about time. We reward them. When we reward them by reducing income tax, I believe our people will give us the country the best. When we provide good conditions for them, an incentive, it's one of the incentives that we can give to our people by reducing tax. It's a burden they have been complaining. And we can give this by reducing income tax, which will help them, and which our people will appreciate and they will serve. And I believe it contributes to people not turning up for work, because what's the incentive? What's the day of waking up early in the morning, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock morning, and going to work, and at the end of the day you end up with nothing, or at the end of a fortnight you end up with only less. And then they go back to live on borrowed money for another 2 weeks. So let's help them and give them this incentive to reduce tax for the public servants and also the wage and salary income earners. Thank you. This is my contribution.
Member for Kandep.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak in support of the proposed amendment to the Income Tax Act. but I'd like to make 3 points. Mr. David Speaker, the Minister for Treasury's statement on page number 2, page number 2 says, in I think the second or third paragraph, this total rewrite of the 1959 Income Tax Act was recommended by the Sir Nagora Bogan Tax Review. It's late now, but it's alive in spirit. Committee in 2015. It is part of our medium-term revenue strategy, 2022, 2027. Mr. Davis Pigai, the comfort from this to had some support to the amendment, and that justifies the Prime Minister's statement yesterday that he said the push for the tax review on the income tax regime came directly from his office, and that also gives the comfort to this country because whilst that is a very strong statement, sometimes you'll find tax regimes change or other policies change in a country, not just in Papua New Guinea, but in most other countries in the world, you'll find with some commonality that outside influence can cause changes that serves the external interest only and not the interest of the little people and the grassroots of this country. But this tax change has come from the Prime Minister himself through the Treasurer, as highlighted by many speakers this morning and yesterday, and by the member for Miniama too, probably speaks large volumes that it does really affect the grassroots people of this country. Therefore, I'm very happy because in this report by Sir Nagara Bogan, I was the minister then and I did establish that committee and chose that gentleman, that public servant, to head the review committee and from which I speak. This report by the late Sir Nagara Bogan did address many aspects of a broader spectrum of tax review. But I'd like to focus on one particular issue, and that's the issue of incentives that we give to investors in the country. Whilst it might not be directly related to the income tax amendment bill before this Parliament, Mr. David Speaker, but it does have a domino effect because these other incentives that are given by a government to investors does affect productivity, supply of products and services on the ground, and then does affect the economy at large, and therefore the cost of living and all those are affected as integral part of the holistic tax regime. The late Sir Nagara Bogan Tax Review report presents 7 Papua New Guinea tax incentives that have been given to investors, one of which is, the first of which is accelerated depreciation that's given to the fishing and tourism industry, and many have spoken on this tourism industry. The second, investment allowances as double deduction from mining, exploration companies, etc., that have been given. He highlighted this tax incentive. The third, the Bogan Review identified was the tax holidays that we've given, like, for example, the Ramu Nickel and the PNG LNG project, so much tax holidays we've given them. And reduced tax rates to other investors, exemption from tax that we have also created a regime that also promotes investment in Papua New Guinea, and financing incentives. But the one that David Speaker, I am interested to talk on very briefly is the investment for credit. Investment for credit is the infrastructure tax credit that we have seen exist in Papua New Guinea. And a lot of work have come about as a result of the tax credit programs, infrastructure development carried out by mining companies, LNG companies, etc. I'd like to focus on one particular project and use that as a case study to drive my point, and that is the POGRA tax credit scheme that we have. I recall when the late Grandchief Sir Michael was the Prime Minister, we reduced the tax credit interest, I think, from 2%, I can't really confirm that figure, but down to less than 1%, 0.75%, and I don't know if it is at the same 0.75% or if we've changed, I have no idea. But at that time, when Nagura's committee was established, it was 0.75 tax credit scheme. And then I left the O'Neill government to join the opposition. And the review was carried out, so I'm not really sure what the tax rate is now. But this, I think we need to see a lot of change or reform or review that must take place in the mining or the extractive industry tax infrastructure schemes that we have. We need to improve that because it's very, very important. Why do I say this? Well, first, 0.75% is less. We have to upgrade that. That can affect people who are provided the tax credit infrastructure in those vicinities of the programs that are taking place, like mining in Pogara or Wafigolpu or Okteri mine or the New Crest mine in Lihir or other places can see an improvement in the lifestyle that can affect or can improve their standard of living there. So we should improve that. That's the first point I make. The second is the administration of those tax credit funds. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the practice now is the investor implements the programs. Investor implement the programs, but sometimes it is not visible. And sometimes the programs go everywhere in Papua New Guinea. But I think we should relook at it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the places, the areas that are affected, need to be looked at. There's no point, and we use our DSRV programs to do those very areas that the mine can serve or the petroleum project can serve. If the money is available to develop those areas, then create a township in those places. So you find towns grows, industries grows, and then you can lead to other tax regimes like the free trade zone that the Marabiroso government is implementing through the Minister for Trade and Industry. So if we can, for instance, in Pogara, we have seen Pogara development taking place. We have seen some good developments taking place through Pogara Development Authority and through the support and partnership by the provincial government, national government over the last 30 years. But we still must have an industry of agriculture or some programs there to, like we say, attract investment, and you diffuse the people's loan order situation in places like Pogara or even other mines too. I think the government and the parliament needs to change as we do the reforms to the tax regime, change to create townships, industries, free trade zones in those project areas. Where you have the extractive industry projects in a particular area, you create a free trade zone there. So if we are giving free trade to, for instance, some other programs in a place where there is no mining, no petroleum project, it's difficult to attract investors, it's difficult to encourage people. It's difficult to do because you will find funding will be limited. But with a tax credit scheme there, it is easy to apply that money to develop that place into a town, so therefore you've got a growth center there already, and it adds to the economic value of Papua New Guinea. So I believe that as we do the income tax, we should look at other tax regimes as well, like the incentives, where we build townships out of project prone areas like in mining and petroleum sectors. Now, I also talk about where to concentrate the programs. Like in Anga, for instance, where you have the program mine. At the moment, there's a challenge. Like we have Kande people, my people, elected people, they are affected by or impacted upon by the mine. And you have the people of Laigam also. And Pogara and the Pile are also affected. And they are the most affected vicinity around the mine area. And then you come away from those areas to places like Wabek, Kompiam, and Wapanamanda, and the rest of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I have a tax credit scheme, programs concentrated in Kande, in Laigam, in Pogara, rather than spreading it everywhere, you will see a township coming out of it. You see industries develop out of it. You see productivity, a manufacturing base. You see other businesses emanate out of where that project, that growth center is. We should make use of that and apply such incentives to grow those areas, and you'll find it is a problem already solved for Papua New Guinea, and the financing that is made available through DSRPs can be looked at other places that are less advantaged. That's how we should look at. Now, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, the second and the last point I'd like to say is the point that I hear most of us speak most of the time about the cost of living. Cost of living. I think there's so much work that has been done by experts and scholars and people who have been doing socioeconomic studies in this area. I think the challenge there is to improve and increase or expand supply base. Supply. Just make Papua New Guineans produce. And there's an argument I presented some time back in another agenda. Why can't we as a parliament, through our government or the national government, can, rather than dispersing the little resources we have, why can't we concentrate them on what we are always saying, agriculture or tourism? Rather than funding drift rats, why can't we choose one particular place, like we choose a mining place or a petroleum place, and we give a lot of incentives, a lot of tax holidays, a lot of support there? Why can't we say we choose that place? Based on studies, we've got National Agricultural Research Institute, if it's going to be agriculture program. If it's going to be tourism experts today, they know which is the better place to establish tourism, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So we deliberately as a government, deliberately as this House, put billions of money in that particular activity, like agriculture. If we choose Sepik Plains, or the Karomi Plains, or the Makam Plains, somewhere, maybe the New Guinea Islands, tourism, for instance, let's deliberately fund programs to increase this as a very important growth factor, and you'll find over the next 5 years, 10 years, you'll start to see real tangible development coming to place. I think we have a lot of money, but we're dispersing and we're thinning out the resources we have, and I think we've learned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been in this parliament for the last 22 years or so, and I think through this I have learned a lot. And what I'm saying is, from this observation, I've seen that we are thinning resources to satisfy political expediency and political pressure. But let's take the bold stand sometimes and say, we will now develop agriculture, so much money we put in agriculture, develop it. And let's see what happens in the next 5 years. Cut down on some monies we get, like, for example, the SIPs. We reduce the monies there. We reduce in some unnecessary areas and expand the growth factors of the country. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I tell you, you'll see when your supply base is high, you'll find many people to satisfy the demand, and your price and your cost of living goes down, and you'll find you will have much easier resilient economy in this country. And the taxes, like amendments like the incentive, the income tax that we before Parliament today, or the incentives that I'm talking about, or any other tax regimes, can be changed and can be aided even more, because the fundamental issues of productivity, supply, demand are being addressed. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Minister for Labour and Industry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also want to join the rest of my parliamentary colleague in having a say on this matter. And first, I want to thank the Minister for Treasury, the Treasurer, and especially Department of Treasury to undertake this very important thing to simplify the PNG income tax 1959. It was a recommendation we had in the 2015 tax review, where I was the head of the tax review and the team leader of the technical team that did the work for the committee of Senator Bogan. And after 10 years, it has come to this parliament, and I want to, on that note, pay my respect to Senator Bogan. He was one of our great statesmen and someone who had a lot of institutional knowledge, who had led us as a chairman of the committee in this work. And you see, the tax system, there's certain principles, and three of them is a tax system must be simple, it must be fair, it must be equitable. And in that review, we saw that the 1959 law is cumbersome, like over 300 pages. It was very complex for our simple people. So our SMEs, for example, who can't afford an accountant to do their tax work, were becoming non-compliant because accountants are quite expensive. So simplifying the tax system, reducing down to half of those chapters, I am very optimistic that it can help in the compliance space, and also look at modernizing the entire system. So we can see tax as a tool. Mr. Deputy Speaker, taxation is a tool that we can use to grow our economy, to do a lot of things, but not in silo. It must be used in the whole of government approach in terms of the strategies, economic strategies we have. So I believe I'm really grateful to hear the majority of support in this House for this recommendation we made like many years ago, and it is finally coming to fruition. And one of the things around the income tax, there are two. One is the company income tax, and then you have the personal income tax. And at that time, personal income tax rate was quite high. The free tax or non-taxable threshold was at 10,000 kina. So after 10,000 kina was tax-free, and prior to that, it was 10,001 kina and upwards. It was taxable from 22% up to 42%. And I want to thank the government of Honorable Prime Minister James Marape that when 4 or 5 years ago when the COVID hit, this threshold was increased 100% from 10,000 to currently 20,000 tax-free threshold. So if you are earning 769 kina a fortnight, it's zero. There's no tax on it. So in terms of the tax-free threshold, in terms of relieving the tax burden on the lower income earners up to 20,000, that's a really good decision this Parliament and the government had made, that our people can now take the take-home pay without a tax up to 769 kina. And that change also reduced the bracket creep. So in terms of the tax rates that are paid in between the different brackets, it has effectively been reduced as well. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Papua New Guinea is a country where we don't have a social security system. So if you are working and you're earning a salary or wage, you become the social security for your family, your extended family, your house line. And this decision to actually reduce the personal income tax, it's commendable because it relieves, at least relieves a salary and wage earner. Because when you look at it, salary and wage earner, there's only less than 10% of Papua New Guineans in that. And they pay up to 35% of the country's tax. But that has been slowly been reduced, and with the current simplification, I believe it can really help in that space. And with the government in this year giving tax-free, stamp duty-free for low-cost housing up to 500,000, that's another good incentive, or it's called social protection given to our workers and salary and wage payers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today we live in a world which is, it just exists by political boundaries. Right now, from your phone, you can conduct transactions from anywhere in the world. You can get your passport, go to the airport, and travel anywhere in the world. So countries, today, they exist by political boundaries only. And one of the things that comes with that is the capital flight. You can't control capital flight because people just take their money out and go anywhere, everywhere. Go to Cairns. Cairns is a small port, Moresby. I did the research when I was leading the tax review. A lot of Papua New Guineans don't purchase their house here in Mosby. They've decided to move to Cairns, for example. I once met a Highlander in Changi Airport in Singapore, and that time South Sudan was a new country, and he was on his way to South Sudan to invest in there. So the point is that such an important amendment to our income tax system, it actually helps us to start modernizing our tax system and make it more attractive. Otherwise, people are going to take their money and go elsewhere where the administration is simple, tax rates are lower, and we are going to be struggling to bring in foreign investment. And we got other issues like law and order. It just couples on that. So this work by Treasury to start looking at simplifying our tax system. And I also, in one of our main recommendations in that 2015 report was to increase the company income tax, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Countries in Europe, they moved away from taxing capital to taxing consumption. They moved away from taxing, not capital, but taxing income, meaning that when you let the people have the income, all the money in their pocket, and they decide where to spend. If they decide to go and spend it on poker or horse race or beer, let's tax those higher. But if they decide to go and use that money to, start a small SME, let's help them to grow. And when they grow big, then we can get more money from them. So the countries in Europe, they moved away from taxing income to taxing expenditure. Expenditure is to do with our choices. Let's tax people's choices. When they decide to go and spark up and buy beer, let's tax more on beer. So I think with this simplification, these are some of the things maybe as a country we can look into and use taxation as one of the tools where we can make our country attractive for FDI. And in terms of the company tax, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will continue to advocate for that. In the first 2 to 3 years, we're going to have low income when we reduce company tax. And I've undertaken that study in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Fiji. I've led study tours there. So we'll have less tax, but the 3rd, 4th year and upward, you'll see that it will pick up. Because when we don't tax the income, companies will use that money to reinvest. So, with this simplification of the income tax system, I want to reiterate the comment made by a provincial member for Oro that I recommend a Revenue Administration Board that was recommended in that report. There was one recommendation there I want to say in this parliament is the hypothetication of revenue. When we have every government statutory bodies and that keeping part of the revenue for their own expenditure, it just continues to erode the revenue that comes to the consolidated revenue fund. So I would recommend that we do a little on slow down on hypotheticating revenue. Let everything go through the consolidated revenue fund, come to this parliament through the budget, and then we can allocate the revenue to the provinces, to the departments, and that. And there was third recommendation in that report. I'm making this reference because there has been reference to that report that we did, is to look at, I started the process, but my 3 years was up to conduct the review and we didn't, is to look at the taxation arrangements for Bougainville. We have the Bougainville issue. It's a sensitive issue. But one thing we can start to do is to start helping the autonomous region of Bougainville to look at their taxation regime locally, what they can do, so we can start helping them to be self-reliant and self-sufficient in their fiscal space. Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Member for Bulolo.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Lok Sabha lo people blow. Host District blow. Eden Valley, Wafi Kolpu, alluvial mining, now of course forestry. Plus I pay in tax too, so. Lok Sabha lo, neglect time, but me put him lo debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, first I thank the committee and IRC, Treasury and government for taking this opportunity to debate. it is a good occasion that we talk about matters which we hear almost everybody talks or complains and refers to it as, I am a taxpayer and I am entitled to this and that. It is true, but it is the system that we must look at, whether it is saving us or not, and what are our issues and expectations that must be fixed or addressed. Too often we expect members of parliament to make decisions or decide what is good or bad for you. However, such opportunity as this provides the opportunity for you to address your concerns. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government had the consent to make changes. My presentation will make references to issues and events and locations and entities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the taxation and tariff is two-edged sword that must be used properly for the economy. All of us don't want to pay taxes or government charges. Even businesses want to tax exemptions. Even business wants tax exemptions or reduced taxes. If we give exemptions too much, we might not be making revenue for the state. We must encourage business to expand to rural areas, and we must provide incentives for them to shift. Jobs and other income-earning opportunities are taken to the people instead of them flocking into the congested urban areas. Now you can look at Mosby and Pulablo, Plantiman Mary, one kind to late. Time and again, we have delivered budgets and with a message of hope to our ordinary citizens. Most of our people live in outlying areas, and some do not know what we are talking about here on the floor. We have talked about the benefit of strong economic growth, lowering costs of living and improving the welfare of ordinary citizens. We have talked about participation in economic activities, opportunities in the formal workforce, and to build future for all our families. PNG has as good 12 years of uninterrupted economic growth with higher than average GDP rate of more than 5% across international level. In that period, opportunities existed for our people to benefit. We had keen appreciating where the people could benefit through the exchange rate savings with lower prices for goods and services to our ordinary citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, similarly with the kina depreciating, our farmers could have benefited from exports of their primary produce with increased prices or alternatively rely on our own domestic products. The opportunity to grow the microeconomic level is to ensure funding with institutional capacity to deliver to the people, determine the destiny, and contribute to the economy. SME development and expansion must start with land and agriculture. The four factors of production is land, labor, capital, and of course, entrepreneurial skills. We must strategize to build and encourage our local industries. The country needs to impose embargoes, quotas, and relook tariff to encourage and promote our agriculture sector. Fruits, vegetables, and livestock products that are produced locally should be encouraged. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must reduce taxes and even tariff on imports in agriculture, production, and processing. Our food prices will increase with this depreciating of kina, but as fertilizers, chemicals, feedstocks, veterinary items are imported at reduced tariff. We expect the benefits in lower prices passed to the consumers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, passing the law is one thing, but enforcing is important. Who is paying the taxes and who are not paying? What are we doing about it? That must be captured in the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Enforcement of taxation laws and application of various tariff and tax rates on certain individuals, firms, or various industries is important in the generation of revenue for the state. It is also used to encourage certain consumption patterns. For example, instead of 10% GST, we should impose 50% on luxury vehicles like Range Rover, so that working vehicles is purchased or people do not spend money on harmful products, or to encourage production of certain local products. Mr. Deputy Speaker, also taxes are imposed at certain rates to encourage saving cultures, increase consumption of local produced goods and services, create employment, and of course, income opportunities, or to encourage certain sectors of the local economy to grow. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Timi sa agriculture ang backbone of any country. No excuse law, PNG law, Mr. Person. Further taxes including tariff are implied to protect local jobs, businesses and industries, and to encourage them to be competitive, hence compete with established foreign business. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to start with individuals, the government announced policy that low-income earners, especially for those earning below 20,000 kina per year, will not pay tax. That amount supposed to be paid as tax should be used to pay for education and health needs for the general savings. We do not know if the intended purpose had been achieved. With the introduction of subsidized education and now free health services, it appears the savings must be increasing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from my observation, these savings are spent on unnecessary and harmful activities such as alcohol, gambling, smoke and betel nut, and street lamp labs. I think it's all our favorite here, and cones. Unhealthy habits. We cannot regulate consumption choices, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but we can discourage it by introducing policies to save the monies or used to generate further income. My proposition is to encourage a savings culture. We do have a habit of saving the excess funds in the banks to be withdrawn within a month. Hence, there must be incentives for the tax saved to be directed into a permanent savings fund or approved superannuation fund. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I submit that if a person contributes above the compulsory employee and employer superannuation or approved savings and loan society for more than 3 years, that income or interest should not be taxed after leaving employment due to resignation, termination, or retirement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a provision in the Income Tax Act that provided for persons paying school fees in permitted institutions outside of the government schools to claim school fee rebates of 25% of fee paid, or 750 kina, whichever was the higher. A person who pays 10,000 kina in an approved permitted school would be entitled to 2,500 kina or 750 kina. In this case, 2,500 being the highest. This provision was removed in 2003, Deputy Speaker, when school fee subsidies were provided with maximum of 750 kina rebate was allowed. The government schools charged school fees were less than 500 kina, and private and church permitted schools charged fees at around 3,000 to 5,000 kina per annum, whilst internal education agency schools charged beyond 10,000 kina per annum. The school fee subsidy of 250 to 500 kina per student in government schools given to children in permitted schools equals to less than 5%. Even the 750 kina tax rebate allowed is negligible or equivalent to less than 8%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2012, the national government announced 100% tuition-free education. The intention is noble as enrollment increased, but classroom accommodation and teaching materials have not been complemented. The parent in government schools end up with spare cash saved, whilst parents in permitted schools will have to find spare cash to pay school fees. It seems unfair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, hence I submit that the bill should reintroduce the amended provision on 25% school fee rebate and the 1,750 maximum allowed. The agricultural sector, Mr. Deputy Speaker, PNG is focused on the non-renewable resources extraction sector, with blind eye to majority of the population that rely on customary land and agricultural produce production to cater for everyday food, money for education and health costs, clothing, transportation, charges, and other needs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also submit that we must use taxation and tariff to protect our jobs, economic opportunities, and expansion of our local industries. To build up the agriculture sector, I suggest that the bill should look at the following, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Number one, we must reduce GST and other taxes on all agricultural inputs such as fertilizers, weedicides, pesticides, and insecticides, feed mill, tractors, and implements so that we increase food production as well as food processing in this country. Number two, we must allow 7 years tax break on all agriculture sector, growers and processors, and grower processors so that the losses of up to 7 years can be claimed back to encourage investment in the agriculture sector. Number three, also we allow research expenditure to be allowed deduction. Funds that are expended by firms and companies for research, development, and extension and training of smallholder and outgrower farmers should be granted tax credit for amounts expended. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, number four, also the government must provide for 100% tax depreciation for all plant equipment, machinery, and vehicles for those engaged in growing of all commodity crops. And in the industry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are many sectors and industry. We have different tax regimes and processes. When the opportunity arises, such as in the extractive industries, petroleum and gas or manufacturing, further submissions will be made. At this juncture, any business that operates 50 kilometers outside of a declared city limit must be given certain tax considerations. The further we move into rural districts, centers, certain tax benefits must be given. And the more remote, the more tax benefits should be allowed. In this case, if a business opens a furniture or a shoe factory in Myanmar, where such business would not operate, hence provisions must be given to give 3 years tax holiday, as well as 50 to 70% tax depreciation on capital acquisition, so as to encourage them. Further such business must also be allowed tax losses for up to 5 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And for the pioneer industry status, there were provisions in law to give pioneer industry status as well as give tax incentives, such as tax holidays for a number of years to increase investment in certain sectors of the economy. This was used in the 1980s to 1990s, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but mostly to foreign enterprise. And the tax exemption and import tariffs were reduced, and state land secured to get the industries up and running. Whilst I encourage foreign and local investment, many have not been genuine, and even if they are making huge profits now, their contributions to certain social and community obligations is next to nil, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Some were even assisted by state through funding of feasibility studies, securing of prime real estate land, and even state equity. Some even stated that local materials will be sourced once the industry is up and running. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of our resources extraction companies did not even declare profits for over 10 years and never paid certain taxes. Yes, they invested so much money to extract gold or copper or timber. The gold, copper, or trees were not planted by the companies. It was on land guarded by Papua New Guineans for generations and supposed to be owned by our people, Mr. Deputy Speaker. These enterprises invested monies in heavy and specialized equipment and manpower to extract these resources, yet they have 100% access to these natural resources and even ask the state and people to contribute equity when our people is supposed to be 50% or more, even considering the topsoil area that is being destroyed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my submission is that we must open all the pioneer status. The provisions may have been repealed, but some are still benefiting from the time periods which were allowed. Tax exemptions and holidays to any Papua New Guinea and must be given equity consideration to secure state lease, provide state equity and other benefits. And for the tax, finally, for the tax administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker, many taxpayers complain about outstanding assessments and unpaid credits or school fee rebates or GST refunds. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the taxes from employees are paid when salaries are paid, or companies pay when due, hence their rebates must be also processed in a timely manner as fast as it is collected. In conclusion, taxation and tariff is two-edged sword that must be used properly for the economy, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I commend this bill. We must use this opportunity to stimulate our economy and grow it together. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Governor for Isipik.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First of all, me like talk me hamamas lo plan di talk all members in making finish na misinon na harim. I won't add too much except just to highlight a few points, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Particularly the points made by the Minister for Labour and Employment. I think she made some very valid points, and I'm a little bit disappointed that her contributions are not contained in this particular bill, because I thought they were extremely useful, and in fact all the notes I have are related to what she said, so I'm going to try to avoid a lot of what she said. In trying to read through this book, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm not sure how many members of Parliament successfully read it, I have to say that after one read, I tried to do a second one because I still failed to comprehend most of it, so I'll be very delighted if other members of Parliament got a better appreciation than I did. The main point that jumped out at me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that these amendments actually mean more money for government. That's what this does. If I was to summarize this entire document, it's with that. This will raise more money for government to spend. And that then brings me to the point that the member for Raikos raised, which I think is an extremely important point. If the money is going to be raised by the government, and we've already seen IRC, in particular Mr. Sam Koim and his team, raise significant money for the government. Significant taxes have already been raised. In fact, record taxes have been raised. And we have to ask the question, what have we done with those record taxes that have been raised by IRC? Tribal money straight. And then this bill will actually increase that revenue much more, significantly more. And this is where I want to highlight the point raised by the good minister, and that is that, you know, we talk a lot about GDP on this floor of the Honourable House. GDP consists of four main parts: consumption by our people, investment by private sector, government spending, and exports. Those are the four main components of GDP. From what we can see, investments have declined significantly by the private sector over the last 6 years. In fact, perhaps going back a little bit further. Exports are stagnant or declining in many cases, and we've seen reports of that. The only thing that's increasing is government spending. That's the only component out of the GDP that has actually grown significantly over the last 6 years. And now this proposal will give more money to government to spend. And I'm thinking about the inflationary aspects of it. And I want to commend Minister Sawang and to say that, look, I think your colleagues in cabinet need to be listening to you more when it comes to tax matters. Obviously, you have the background. And I like the idea of giving more money back to those who are going to spend it. We can't be raising more and more money for government and then we struggle to achieve the outcomes. Because the point was raised by several members, and I heard the points they raised. The people themselves, if they have the money, they might make better decisions on how to use that money. Suppose money blow yet, people are really being better long na only hold him this money, they might choose to invest in a small business. We don't know. They might choose to play pokies and get drunk every night. We don't know. The tax system needs to be able to even that out. The role of the government is to act as kind of a judge in the economy that balances the equation out between what you might call the sin taxes, taxing the sinful nature of our consumption, and of course supporting the good aspects of the consumption. Now, I did not see this in this document. This document, as far as I'm concerned, is just about raising money for the government, more money for the government. It brings me to last week's debate by the good treasurer, where he mentioned that non-tax revenue last year declined by about 1.7 billion kina. And, you know, I could have that number wrong because I haven't seen the Hansard. That then brings me to the same point that the good minister, the Honorable Cassie Sawang, raised about non-tax revenue coming from a lot of these agencies not going into consolidated revenue, not being provided the oversight of the members of parliament who have been elected to provide that oversight. Sampla money and missing out on them sampla agencies where rightfully that money should come to the treasury and the Waigani consolidated accounts. So if 1.7 billion was short last year where you even put him inside the budget, Naemi affect him cash flow block country, then perhaps are we in this text document, and I did not see it, are we going to be taking a look at those agencies that are picking up revenues that should rightfully go into the consolidated accounts? Now, because you may not have collective now, you may not have collective law agency blow you yet. So this simplified income tax amendment is going to collect the money to make up for the 1.7 billion kina that some of these agencies. I'm asking the question, Treasurer. All agency blow you me yet, you know, giving you money, so you me gonna collect him on Narbla line. That's really what I'm trying to get at. So, if not, then, you know, congratulations to you, Treasurer. But I think because most members of parliament haven't read this document, or, you know, it's only fair that I ask these questions. Because me yet and me looking more and more money for you, Treasurer, to decide on which favorite member of parliament gets it. Which is another problem altogether. Let's not go there. But I have to say, you know, looking at capital gains in particular, I think, Treasurer, that's one of our favorite discussions. Mr. Deputy Speaker and the Prime Minister talked about it in passing yesterday. I just wanted to make a point there. The person that supposedly walked off with 800 million kina, as alluded to by the good Prime Minister. $800 million. Now, under the old system, if I'm incorrect, if that was a company, that company would have been subjected to 30% profits tax. If that company was going to pay a dividend, it was already subjected to a 15% dividend withholding tax under the old rules. Under the new rules, there's going to be an additional 15%. So that tax rate now, effectively, would be almost 50%. So I would like to suggest that that person did not walk off with $800 million based on the old rules. They would have paid a tax of at least 45%. Well, if there's no record, then, I respectfully submit. I'm walk below line long. Commission of IRC law, collecting this money. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Prime Minister. So the old rules would have still collected the money. That's the point I wanted to make, because it was already there in the law. So whilst this is simplified, and we agree with simplifying things, I want, and I would really like to sort of suggest here on the floor that in government you've got two very experienced members of parliament with tax backgrounds. That's the Honorable Kesi Sawa and the Honorable Gary Jufa. So their views, I feel, should have been already taken into account in this bill before it was presented on the floor. And listening particularly to the Honorable Kesi Sawang, who made, in my view, a very valuable contribution to the debate, a lot of what she said is not contained here. I want to say that I'm grateful to the government that these rules come into play on the 1st of January next year. That gives us time to consult with the public so that we can come back. And I want to ask for an assurance, Mr. Speaker, through you, if the Treasurer could give the people of Papua New Guinea, particularly the taxpayers, an assurance that if we are to bring proposals for amendment because the public, the taxpayers out there who are going to be affected by this, come back and say, can you consider these changes? I'd like to see some sense of fair play from yourself, particularly Treasurer, that you would consider that, and such subsequent amendments can be made prior to it actually coming into action, or coming into effect, rather. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I give my endorsement to the amendments, particularly reiterating that I would like to see some of the suggestions from the good minister, perhaps later on as the government continues to work this through, to find some space within the rules and make some of those amendments that will give effect to their contribution here on the floor. And of course, taking into account the concerns that our taxpayers might be raising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Milak Banisim Olkada Dr. Blimilo is like Kibun. Long Tramlo summarize him sampler or talk and I give him context. Long display law, time by short to mass, long meaning of give him full assistance long treasurer. But this law is a good law, Mr. Speaker. It has been 66 years since the Australian Parliament passed this law for and on behalf of our people. The original of this law that has operated for the last 66 years, Mr. Speaker, approved him 16 years before independence, and since independence come in after that, this law administering outside country gives him revenue. No wonder why our revenue has been poor for a long, long time, Mr. Speaker. Today I am pleased to be part of this Parliament. Thank you. You heard, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, all the members of Parliament, both sides of the House. I pay my respect to the opposition leader, the member for Karaku, member for Hiri, I beg your pardon, and others who have offered support for this law, with appreciation that this government and the Treasurer, we are trying our very best to tidy on many, many legacies that we carry from our past, including unbundling from full cycle of colonialism. This is one colonial law that we are eradicating from our house today. Mr. Speaker, this law Parliament passing some good law too, and I mean like to thank you, local members of Parliament. Many times you mean I appreciate it. Sitting right through lunch, from morning committee, including you, Mr. Speaker, laws and independent commission against corruption. Since the late Tony Siaguru Tok Law 1984 or 82, 84, 85. Look at man serious law passing this law until me plug my office. Now you may moving through. Yes, plan Tok outside, maybe good law, but real action takes place inside. But eventually the laws are brought to pass. We pay respect alongside you joining me plan and you passing anti-terrorism law. You know, long time go finish, people session go finish. Governor of ECB and we pay recognition long repeal of anti-sorcery act now. This like last month law you be passing and we krabusim. This like gaman pasta and we talk this like Mary and poison Mary. You may also this like Parliament not too long ago you may send him constitutional foundation. Long separate him Supreme Court go on top, appeals court come underneath, and national court him yet. Long possibly banish him Supreme Court and national court lo behind. Long no can got one talk system. I think long one talk because you got plenty relation all over the place. So Supreme Court go him yet, national court stop him yet, and appeals court come inside. Some of the fundamental framework that carries our country has been relooked at by this government more so. At the 50th anniversary of our nation, I want to appreciate the bipartisan manner in which good laws are being discussed and supported by both sides. The Mining Act, some of the Operational Act, the Mining Act, this Parliament passed, Mr. Speaker, for the first time now, before 2020, we never knew how much was produced at Lihir. We never knew how much was produced at Pogra. And we were sitting there as lame duck for the declaration on production for us to be taxed. Today, we have live data right into the heart of Lihir to know exactly how much they're producing. Likewise, Pogra, and of course our own Octeri, to name a few. This and work with members of Parliament. I mean, like to thank you, Lord Yuplal. Some laws may still need improvement, including this law. Mr. Speaker, I have with me here this la bottle water. You can interpret him la tupla way. By talking half empty, or by talking half full, Mr. Speaker. You may no got same head. I want to ask the rest of you, see from a half full perspective, not pessimist, negative, half empty perspective all the time. Attempts must be made to change our country for the better, and it starts here in revisiting the architecture that holds this country together, including laws. Life as members of Parliament, fundamental work for you, Mr. Speaker, work for me. In all of DSIP, PSIP, Connect PNC, etc. It is to pass laws that governs the administration. Connect PNC, PSIP, DSIP, provincial government, DDA, etc. Whereby you can see money, lo make him all road lo kind of some last place lo me all call him, village all call him Wagala or Hamuta. Where will I get the money if we do not find the money? This country is the 16th in the world in as far as resource density is concerned. Peaceful you lo solwara blemi within the 3 million plus square kilometers of solwara we got. 18 to 25% of world's tuna supply. Yet you miss sleep now, I'll kiss him yet you go. You miss sleep now, I'll kiss him skelly stuff. if I could use this word. So this was law, and make him long immediate accountability, longer resource limit better. And so I want to appeal to all of us. The treasurer is a kind-hearted man. He's not a dictator. He's given us enough room. If we are serious as legislator and some of us, we can fight in Brussels here. Now talk too much, but you minister walk. You minister walk. Check him this law. I'm open to you going to check him. Read him good. You make it until December. Me like giving talks. I don't have January 1st. Whether you stakeholder, industry, every one of you, I got until budget this year to make whatever necessary other else amendments we need to do. November this year. We must. This is part of my government's Take Back PNG worldview. This is part of my own manifesto. Some things I believe is locked into this one. I will walk out tomorrow. You'll get me out of this chair. I'm happy. For instance, I'll give you some quotations of sections very soon. Mihamamas, this will law come inside. You like read him to our small people, especially in the 85%, if not 90% in the rural enclaves. Section 129, this law, offering incentive law investments for rural areas. Lewa blomi how much to mas or lik man meri, the rural areas got incentive. Mr. Speaker, talk to you milo manu special tax exemption province. I'm still inside law this law. Manu's province is named as a special province with a tax enclave. Mr. Speaker, inside law 2, and we protecting special economic zone concept. Mr. Speaker, inside law 2, something we're missing up, law member Lotari, law 2002, law fight, law oil, na gold, na gas, na resource owners. I'm stop inside. You look long, section 150, subsection 2. And we defining royalty better. No more about Minister of Mining or Petroleum or Fisheries or Forestry or Prime Minister, but fight or negotiate. You like give me 2%, and me talk 2% at gross. Governor Ndialu would understand this. Governor of Hela Province, Governor of Enga Province. Right now, law he talk royalty to solve, but Albarausim, depreciation costs, Albarausim cost of exploration, Albarausim cost of production. Can cost equal true like PNG LNG today. Lot of 2% royalty, but also 1.2% stuff. This law now I'm giving Luksawa. You like giving royalty. Lord Papa Grant, I'm name him. Papa Grant. You know oil na gold na mining tasol. Papa Grant of fish. Papa Grant of forestry. You like give royalty at gross. Law clearing, not at net. So making me sleep good. Me no got need to fight one more investor na talk. Me like in slow people no me know what law he giving. Law he giving. This is a law too. And he also looks away. No lik bad Mary. Planeta you me harem or some more super funny me walk, kamas la year, 40 la year, 35 la year. Now you me like finish now, but me text you text him again now. Read him section 118, me no text man, me no accounted. Mary Lumita Solem accounted. 119. Or lik man or finish work but non have kisim. Finish pay blow, pension blow on, no got takis. Oligotas. Treasurer, no got one blood treasurer before you walk in this blood. Treasurer, thank you, lawyer. Lik man married too, said he got lik business. Read him section 141 and protect him or lik line who said get business. One blood talk, one blood very experienced lawyer of the country, a senior member of Parliament, the Honorable Member of Senior Yongumuk. And we talk now how side by he treat him. All agreement he may give him finish. Fiscal Stability Act, me like giving belly silam. No got long man stablo this law side law making this law. No got long man. Section 28 law this law and banish him. I give him looks away. Long all got contract agreement he may got finish. I mean banish him this law. Section 164, subsection 16, part B, for emphasis, says that this act will not repeal previous agreements takes precedence. So, Mila, I want to give assurance to our investors who are tuning in. This law is not retrospective. It protects agreement we have. And so this country is a fair country. ExxonMobil, Barrick, Total, Newmont, Harmony, and the list goes on. We value your presence. Santos, our greatest beneficiary of this country's transactional past. So we respect and protect agreement signed. But I want these investors also respect my country's desire to get a little bit more from my people. Respect my country's desire to get a little bit more for my people. But I see ECP, our autonomous region of Bougainville. It baffles my mind when the member for ECP questions that government must not raise revenue. What sort of logic is this? Well, this country needs development. What sort of logic is this? So logic. Tax laws are to raise revenue for our country. So that we raise revenue to support provinces, districts, LLGs, wards, a national agenda. It just doesn't make sense. Does not make sense. Sometimes we claim ourselves to be intelligent, but wisdom is vacuum in that intelligence.
You get point of order. Honorable Governor, what's your point of order?
I think the PM needs to have some grace because my comments were in relation to the good Minister for Labour and Employment at the back when she suggested that we should allow more money to go to our consumers. And it was in that regard that, and I pointed out quite correctly, that the government was going to raise more and more money. So, mi no talk yaman, mi talk true ya. Na mi supporting talk long. Minister blong em yet sinan lo backside. You know blong em lo come now na tokol say more. Mi talk no gat simply because I pointed out the fact that it will mean more money for the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw the inferences made to my good brother, but the rationale is simple. If there's any opportunity to raise revenue to support development agenda, we must raise revenue. We must raise revenue. This bill does not add additional tax, but clarifies the shady gray areas so that the treasurer has the flexibility to collect more. And I want to point to federal laws, for instance. A few elements of the economy that is sometimes overlooked, it supports. It supports the insurance industry for the first time. The insurance industry. We have lost insurance industry the last 15 years. They're running away in leaps and bounds. You ask all businessmen in the room. I'm not a businessman, never will be. But a good business is anchored on insurance. I point to all of you. Have a look at this law. It talks about protecting insurance. To the bankers, those who are in the banking sector, it affirms Treasurer's commitment to you last year when you went to budget that a high of 45% is now being regressed down to a low of 35% within the medium term. And hopefully in time, Pangu Party believes in a policy of lower tax regime for our country. And if I have it my way, if I could influence the Treasury and government further into time, as soon as we consolidate on a fair, equitable tax collection regime. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Koim and his team from IRC. 2018, tax revenue was at 8 billion kina. Tax regime, even at the peak of PNG LNG production, 8 billion kina. 2024, 16.8 billion kina collection. 100% put up, even at no increase to tax. We know what it takes. Without increasing tax, we could collect and increase more revenue. This one, I want to give assurance to our people out there, to the small people. It put money back to you in your pocket. Consolidates first-time home buyers, those who are buying home, valued up to 700,000, this law entrenches it. You will no longer pay the stamp duty tax. I want to put it to the floor and Treasury. Those are Treasury team. Next year we come to budget, remove tax from the GST tax from first-time home buyers in our country. We must remove this one. Part of our work towards putting back more money to the pockets of our people. The removal of tax from those who are withdrawing or retiring from pension is putting back more money to the people. And I want to also point, for instance, to the bigger companies, whilst we protect your place of investment, we also have given you some incentives. Section 104 talks about deduction for exploration. You do exploration in my country, you get deduction. And you get deduction, and it gives clarity around, Section 105 gives clarity on depreciation. Sometimes we hide behind depreciation. There's a sunset clause to depreciation. You will not have perpetual depreciation. There must be a sunset clause to depreciation. We have certain big projects in our country who hide behind depreciation and forever not declare tax. Gone are these days. We are no longer 1975. We may not be accountants, but we can read accounting books. I want to also point, Section 74 talks about price transfers. So said you operate a business law country, no can make him price transfer. Put him lo sip, na declare him as golo Malaysia, no kadem golo China, na you declare him this legally here. Section 74 ring fences price transfer. I want to also point to capital gain tax and non-profit taxes, something close to my heart. We put inside so that we have a fair place. You gain a certain threshold, Treasury is able to tax from you. And so I just want to put to all of us, it may not be full to everyone's expectation. This may be half empty by your expectations. For me, I see it half full. The construct of this law intends well for our country, doesn't impede or add burden to current taxpayers, but secures our people, especially rural people in our country. I want to corral all members of Parliament join me in passing this monumental law. And if there is need for improvement, to the member for ECPIC and others who are here, please read this law. I give you our fullest assurance. Any good law will be supported by us, especially the laws to secure and empower our people in our country. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Speaker, I put to you this law for us to support.
The question is that the question be now put. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to take this opportunity to conclude debate and, like the Prime Minister, also put into context the various comments we've received today, some great advice, some lovely insights, and of course some comments that are also untrue. And I acknowledge the concerns, especially from our friends on the other side, on the process. We had wanted the draft of this legislation to be out earlier, of course, but internal administrative processes within our system of government have held this up. But I wish to assure all members of this House that I had a preliminary discussion with the First Clerk Assistant from our Parliament in our Bills and Papers section to see whether we can come up with a clearer pathway, a process where the consultation process prior to bringing legislation can be re-established. Not just for ministers bringing legislation, but other members of Parliament as well. So look forward to further liaison with both the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk. Two key points before trying to respond to some of these specific issues. First, on consultation. whilst acknowledging not just the opposition but other members of Parliament needing more time to look through this legislation. Despite these limitations, there has been very major consultations with many, many key stakeholders. And I hope if I could share them here, it will provide some assurance that this legislation has been very carefully considered and a very wide set of views have already been taken into account. Let me be a bit more specific. This Modernised Income Tax Assessment Act has been developed over 17 drafts. 17 drafts. 5 stakeholder consultations undertaken starting in February 2020. First consultation draft, August 2021. The second one, October 21, a 2-day public consultation session on the second draft, August 2022. The 9th draft by then circulated as a 3rd draft consultation, July 2024. 13th draft circulated as a 4th consultation draft, and then October last year, consultation on the 15th draft and draft regulations. These consultation drafts have each received extensive, very, very detailed comments from our major accountancy firms. Yeah, KPMG, PwC, Deloitte, and Ernst & Young, with specific responses that were provided in some detail. And there were appropriate changes that we had also incorporated. There have been sector-specific consultations as well, the Chambers of Mines and Petroleum, MRDC, our central bank, superannuation funds, National Fisheries Authority, tourism, and also the 10th draft was reviewed by the Australian Treasury on our request as a quality assurance measure. Detailed conversion tables were prepared on the on this legislation, and we identified some omissions, yes, that should have been corrected. Detailed technical notes were also prepared, and all of these are reflected in the explanatory memorandum, which I urge again all members of Parliament to have a closer look at that. So, Mr. Speaker, on the process, just very quickly, the Amended Income Tax Amended Act before us should also be seen in a wider context. The ITA provides for the substantive provisions of our tax laws. Yes, the Separate Tax Administration Act provides for the administrative provisions of this Act. This particular legislation was actually passed by the previous government back in December 2017, but unfortunately has been dormant until this new income tax comes into effect. But both legislation will work together to provide a more modern tax administration system backed by regulations and, of course, a public ruling system to provide further clarification. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I now just go through very quickly and address some of the very realistic concerns raised today? Very, very quickly, Mr. Speaker, if I may. The member for Sinasina Yogamul, he did raise a very important point, that he hopes that this legislation does not replace any fiscal agreements. And as I understand it, as it was explained to me and as I interpret the Act, it does not. It does not. And members of Parliament have the Act in front of them. On the bottom of page 26, it states out very, very clearly that this Act is subject to the application of any fiscal agreements that come into on or after the commencement of this Act. assure him. I can see that we're very tired, and I'll go through this very, very quickly. I take into account all the comments by Governor Wenger, DPM, thank you for supporting it, the member for Hiri Koyari, and I think to conclude, since we're all tired and hungry, I'll jump straight to the last comment from my good friend Governor Bird, who most of the time, on most occasions, we agree on things, but today we'll disagree. He mentioned that more money is raised to spend, and he did make some comments. He did make some comments that the main intent of this legislation is to raise revenue, but I don't agree with that. And if I could just clarify, Treasury's estimates to date on this particular revenue is that overall it's neutral. Yes, there are some tax losses, such as the higher rates of depreciation when you go through it in detail for businesses and agriculture. Some additional tax from the capital gains tax, yes, but that's limited to the resource sector. And of course some gains from tax compliance as well. Overall, it's tax neutral. And finally, the aim, as he suggested, was to cover the 1.4 billion shortfall. No, that is not the aim. I want to make that very, very clear. The shortfalls in our budget was in the non-tax revenue sector. This particular legislation covers the tax revenue sector. So clearly that's not the case. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when we, but I do appreciate his support for the legislation. Yeah, always. And I know some of those comments were a little bit mischievous, but especially the comment that export revenues had declined, Mr. Speaker. They actually have not declined. And, you know, I just want to finish off today, this last day of our session. You know, when we continue the second last day, is it? Or last day? Yeah, well, there you go. I've been here too long now. When we keep talking down the economy, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a good thing. So on export sales, just to assure the House, it's been growing. It's been growing since we've been in office for the last 5.5 years, from very quickly 37.1 billion kina up to 50 billion kina in 2022. Yes, it did drop in 2023 to 45 billion kina. We don't have the figures for 2024, but despite that drop over the period we've been in government, it's been a 22% increase. So I just wanted to cover that. I won't touch all the main points on the economy, but Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, can I just take this opportunity to thank staff of the Department of Treasury, my Secretary, Owake, Deputy Secretary Nancy, and all of your team for the clarity on explaining this very complex and technical document. Thanks to all of you, Sorab, our resident IMF manager here, and his staff, and of course all the technical advisors that spend so much resources, time and effort to travel from Washington to Moresby to give us the advice. Thank you for all of those people. 12 years in the making, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, 12 years in the making, 500 to 118 pages, 369 to 165 sections. It's been a great effort, and it's a good legislation. And lastly, let's not see today's effort as the first and the last on this particular rewrite. It's the first of several steps. If we haven't considered any of the changes you wanted to make, be assured That is why we have set 1st of January 2026 as the date with which this will come into effect, so we've got the rest of this year to incorporate your changes. I ask all members on both sides of the House to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Attendants, open the doors. Oh. Clerk, please ring the bells. Close the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favour please stand? Those against, please stand. The result of the vote, those who supported the bill, 79, and those against, 0. Mr. Treasurer, congratulations. You have the full support of the whole House. Mr. Clerk.
A bill for an act to A, modernize and simplify the law relating to income tax, and B, repeal and replace the Income Tax Act 1959 and for related purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Congratulations, Speaker, and congratulations, honourable leaders, for passing what a significant change. Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move. Mr. Speaker, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving several motions relating to appointment of members as chairman, deputy chairman, and members of certain parliamentary committees.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that A, Mr. Ricky Morris be appointed chairman. B, Dr. Alan Maher be appointed deputy chairman. C, Ms. Francisca Samoso. D, Mr. Lawyer Boy Samuel. And E, Mr. Tony Wowo be appointed members of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Citizenship Matters.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Amos Joseph Akem as Deputy Chairman, Mr. Casimiro Aya, C. Mr. Robert Naguri, and D. Mr. Wairapa be appointed members of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Communications.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Peter Isoaimo and Mr. Simon Kaiwi be appointed members of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Law and Order.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Joseph Yopi Yopi and Ms. Francisca Samoso be appointed members of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Privileges.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Michael Marum and Mr. Libet Kapres be appointed members of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Public Accounts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Robert Nagori be appointed chairman, Mr. Benjamin Moole, Mr. Joseph Wapunai, and Mr. Marcel Hewabi be appointed members of the Special Committee on Health Matters.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Speaker, I move that Mr. Francis Alua A, B, Mr. William Haguuno, and Mr. Peter Iso Aimo be appointed members to Gender and Equality and Empowerment.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I do now adjourn Parliament to 10 a.m. tomorrow. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move that Parliament do now adjourn to 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, Parliament is now adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m.
This news program is proudly brought to you by Smart Start Breakfast Biscuits and Now Biscuits.
Police to investigate threat against Prime Minister. Maru assured justice for local goers. And men charged under Glassman Act.
A very good evening. This is National